To the 2025 Irish Life Dublin Marathon. We've got over 22,000 participants today taking to the roads of Dublin. The atmosphere is building here. The race participants are heading to the start lines and the roads are filling up with supporters. We've got an amazing day here ahead of us, so do stay tuned to the live stream. And now we'll take a look at the course map.
Jerry, I forgot the number, but Jerry, he comes up, it's well more than 500. Yeah, it is well more than 600 even. Yeah, somewhere.
Hello and welcome to the Irish Life Dublin Marathon 2025. I'm here with Michelle Finn, noted athlete and long distance runner and multiple national champion, 3-time Olympian. Am I right?
Two.
Just twice. Okay, fine, Michelle. Just twice. So we're going to be previewing this Irish Life Dublin Marathon 2025 here. We've got plenty of brilliant athletes here today, from ranging in the men's and women's. Fastest man in the field is Hilary Kipsambu with a PB of 2:04. So we're seeing an expected finish time of in and around 2:06, 2:07, which would be an incredible time today. But we've not just the elite race today. We've also have approximately 25,000 people running today, which is an incredible number to be lining up on the start line here in this cold but dry Dublin morning. Michelle, your thoughts, I suppose, on what the athletes might be feeling in not only the elite field but down the line in the rest of the field as well.
Yeah, I'd say probably everybody on the start line right now is feeling similar to us here, nervous and just ready to get going.
Yeah, I know a lot of excitement in the air this morning. You can see the build-up over the last couple of weeks. People are running the streets and building up towards the Dublin Marathon. They would have had the expo and that kind of stuff over the last couple of days as well. So the excitement has been building. You can see as the weeks progress, getting closer and closer to it, more and more paraphernalia going up around the city, half marathon markers and 10-mile markers and that kind of stuff as well. So the excitement is definitely building, and people will be hoping that at this stage anyone getting to the line, obviously we'd have had a few fallers and a few people injured coming closer to the time, but if you've made it to the start line this morning, it's an exciting time for all the different waves. And we've obviously multiple different waves going out this morning as well, after this elite field, ranging from 3 hours back to 4-5 hour waves as well, 4 waves going throughout the morning. So it'll be an exciting morning for a lot of people. A lot of people, as you said, very nervous. No matter what shape you're in, it's still 26 miles. And I heard Emmett Dunleavy, who's coaching Anne-Marie McGlynn, is going for her 3rd national title today in a row, and he said it's a long way to go. It's a long way to go, and no matter how fit you are, it's still a long way to go. So Anne-Marie McGlynn is the most, I suppose, is the favourite for the Irish title on the women's side, and you have last year's champion coming back on the men's side as well with Hiko Tenosa. So really good fields on the Irish front as well, on the men's and women's. So on the men's end, we've got the likes of Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell. Ryan Creech coming off that 2:12 PB from last year in Seville, and Paul O'Donnell then as well with that 2:10 from New York as well. So the DSD athlete, he's I suppose having around that 2:10 more likely than Ryan Creech. But Ryan Creech, clubmate of yours, Michelle, he'll be coming in raring to go after a couple of second place finishes in the national race.
Yeah, I think Ryan has he's coming into this in better shape than what he's ever been, according to word on the street in Cork. Everybody in Cork is very excited to see what he can do, and I think he'll run really well. I do think he ran a lot of last year's marathon on his own. I think he got isolated early on and just ran about 18 miles completely solo. So it'll be interesting to see if he actually goes with the lead group or with Hiko today and takes some company for a lot of the marathon.
Yeah, and you'll just have seen the wheelchair athletes there heading off for their 26 miles. So they're the first to get on course, and the likes of Sean Frame and John McCarthy, Jerry Ford, all lining up in that one on the wheelchair front. So that'll be. Said the weather this morning, it's cold. It's still very, very dry, and we're not expecting much rain later on, which I think a lot of the athletes will be pretty happy with. But it is a cold morning. The weather has really changed over the last couple of days. But for marathon running, that's not the same issue as it would be on the track. I suppose we're more likely to see athletes building into the races as the weather warms up throughout the morning. So just to give you a preview of both the men's and women's elite fields here, we've Hilary Kipsambu, the Kenyan athlete with fastest PB in the field. He's ran 2:04 from the Paris Marathon in 2021. Ran 2:10 here last year and finished up well up in the field. But he's only ran a 2:29. Only ran a 2:29 at altitude this year. So it's kind of an unknown quantity coming into this year, even though he has obviously ran to a very high level in the past. Samuel Sagai has ran 2:09 in the Hamburg Marathon this year, which is a very flat marathon. So he'll be hoping to reproduce that form today here in Dublin. You can see the athletes here lining up on Leeson Street. Asea Tefera, the Ethiopian, 2:07 from the Osaka Marathon, and Aweka Alawaye from Bahrain. He's ran 2:07 in the Frankfurt Marathon. So a lot of really flat marathons there. See the athletes starting to move up closer to the start line there. They're being held behind by the officials there, holding their hands across the world, as it were, here in the Dublin Marathon. We're getting very, very close to the start line here. Now you can see Jake O'Regan in there as well, one of the Irish contenders. On the women's side, main contenders, Atseya Baisa from Ethiopia, 3-time major marathon winner. She's won Chicago in 2010 and 2012 and Boston in 2016. She only set her PB of 2:22 back in Chicago in 2012. So she'll obviously has a lot of experience, but recent runs would suggest that her best days could be behind her, but she still will have the experience here in a major city marathon like Dublin. And we've also got Teshinai Tulu from Ethiopia, 2:24 in Seville, and Ayunta Komola from Ethiopia, 2:24 in Koskai in I think that's in Slovenia. I think I'm Michelle's sense of direction we've already discussed this morning off air, not great. But we'll be going through that field as we go along. A couple of good Irish contenders in there as well. I said Anne-Marie McGlynn, we mentioned earlier, Ava Crane, the 19-year-old, very exciting athlete who we're expecting to see. A couple of our Limerick colleagues here were mentioning that she regularly kicks the football around while she's going for her runs, and as I said, a 19-year-old only just coming on the scene there in the last kind of 12 to 18 months, winning the Limerick Marathon and winning the Manchester Marathon as well. So an athlete of high potential. We're here on Leeson Street. That's where the start is. You can see the wheelchair athletes lining up there. Leeson Street, named after John Leeson, the first Earl of Milltown. We'll be coming through Milltown later on. It's kind of a Georgian area here in South Dublin. And a little fact here for you, Michelle. Michelle's very excited about this fact. John Leeson, he commissioned a guy called David Cassels, who was a German architect, as we see the wheelchair athletes rolling off the start line there. And he commissioned Rossborough House in Wicklow. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's the longest house in Ireland. That's just a little, that's the kind of, if you're excited about that, there's plenty more of that to come. The longest house in Ireland. John Leeson here of Leeson Street. It used to be called Surrey Street back in the day. So it didn't used to be the start line for the Dublin Marathon. You can see there, they're all lining up behind this. The later waves will start to be brought in as the morning progresses. But that is the elite field and our first wave then behind the kind of sub-elite field. And they're all raring to go. It's like cattle at a mart here. They're all getting very excited and trying to get onto the line. Jake O'Regan there, centre shot. Just to his left then you have the women's elite field. And we've got our pacers as well. Pacer times here for the men and women. At the half, we're expecting a time of 63:30, which is 4:50 mile pace. And it's 3-minute kilometre pace for the men's. So it's actually very handy today. They're expected to run 15 minutes for 5k, 30 minutes for 10k, and for 20k, 1 hour. All right, it couldn't be any easier for us. We can't forget that. And then on the women's side, 71:30, which is 5:27 per mile, which is fair clipping. Michelle, 5:27. Could you knock out a 5:27 this morning?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, come back to us in 5 minutes and 27 seconds. We'll fly around the block here. So it is a really, really quick run, and hopefully we'll see a decent time as well. We're looking around kind of 2:22, 2:23 for a finish time, which would be incredible running here in Dublin. A hilly enough course at times, but allegedly, I haven't ran it myself, but allegedly quick in the back half. So it is a time we'd expect to see 2:06 and 2:22 are kind of our expected finish times here for the elite fields. Just getting out to the line, moments for the start line here of the Irish Life Dublin Marathon, and we're off. And these athletes will try their best to rein it in over that first couple of miles and first say 5 to 10 kilometres. It is quick. There's a little bit of a downhill before we start getting into Phoenix Park and into Christchurch. So I suppose one of the biggest things here, even the elite field and the sub-elite and the waves 1 to 4, is not to run too fast in that first part. I suppose you could say you can't win the marathon in the first couple of miles, but you can definitely lose it, Michelle.
You definitely can, and I think especially with all the crowds and the atmosphere and the people that are out supporting, it's hard to not get carried away with the slightly downhill start and the good vibes out on the course. Yeah,
definitely. And I was listening to a podcast there over the last couple of days, and one of the hosts was mentioning that in 2021 when we returned to the Irish Life Dublin Marathon, it was quite difficult for a lot of the athletes to not get caught up after a couple of years out, caught up in the kind of the joy of it all and as you said, the good vibes of it, and it meant that a lot of people ran way too fast in the first 5 or 6 miles. Now with the elite field, you'd expect them not to get caught up in that, but they are human, and they're still likely to maybe enjoy those downhills. And I suppose you're looking to try and keep an even pace throughout this Irish Life Dublin Marathon, because you've got the early downhill, bit of a climb then in the Phoenix Park, and then you've got a very nice downhill until we cross the river into back to the south side, and then a little bit of a flat section after Crumlin. But that Crumlin road coming up into the kind of the 10 mile mark is a fair incline the whole way up, and a long incline. It's I think those shorter inclines you can kind of steady yourself for and kind of get through them and back into your running, but the long inclines, while not difficult at first, can take it out of you over the course of the 26 miles. And I suppose, Michelle, like coming out of that then around Crumlin and getting into the kind of 10, 11, 12 miles, you're kind of back into kind of a flat section then before we get into the Heartbreak Hill area, and then down into a downhill then towards the finish. So an easier run to the finish. We can see there the balloons coming through. They're the 310 and the 3 hour balloons and that kind of stuff. Very funny story the other day told on a different podcast about the trying to go to the toilet while being a pacer before the race, and that your balloon does not fit in the portaloo. So you can imagine the ridiculous nature of that. But 57 streets, that's how many streets we're gonna cover. These athletes are going to cover throughout the 26 miles, which is it's an incredible number, and it really gives a whole idea of the entirety of Dublin here, from into the Phoenix Park and in around that kind of the areas around the river there, and back into the south side and down by Donnybrook and RTE and Ballsbridge and all those areas. So it gives you a good picture of Dublin as well. So you can see athletes starting to stream through the finish there. We're 3 minutes into the marathon here, and you're getting into the kind of the athletes trying to run maybe 3 hours 10, 3 hours 20 minutes. So all very good vibes here at the moment. Will there be good vibes later? Probably not until the finish. See the 330 balloons coming through there as well. So all these athletes have been training all throughout the last couple of months. As these lads, I'm sure, have been doing a bit of training as well, Michelle. So you can see at the front there, we've got Ngo, we've got a pacer on the left. We'll just get to clarify his name there now, and just make sure we have the right one, and we'll get an idea of exactly who we have here at the front. But the lead men we're expecting to see, I said the pacer is Bernard Ngo from Kenya. He's a half marathon PB of 59.07 from Valencia in 2019. So in the pacing game here, he's the athlete there just on the right of your shot. But we're coming down by Christchurch here. We've actually passed St. Patrick's Classicals, or not Classical School, Grammar School, which is the oldest school in Ireland, and that is St. Patrick's Cathedral there, just behind you. This section here now, well, it looks like it's going to be relatively flat. We're going to start getting a little bit of an uphill here, and it's a sharp uphill. To these athletes, it'll be absolutely no problem. But the athletes further down the field might find it a little bit more difficult. These athletes won't even notice it, but they may notice it later on. It'll have taken a lot of their legs, and we're just about to hit that little bit of an incline here. You can see the wheelchair athlete, these athletes going around. See Ryan Crease there in that Leavell vest, the yellow Leavell vest there, and the kind of back right of your shot. But these athletes, you can see a little bit of an incline there, a little sharp incline as we get up towards Christchurch. So coming up towards the first mile marker as well. These athletes still plenty of running obviously left in them, and they I suppose, Michelle, are just kind of rolling through this first couple of miles and not necessarily finding it that difficult.
Yeah, they should be pretty comfortable at this stage, and I think just it's lucky as well that they have such good pacemakers to actually probably rein them in and keep them from going out too fast. They can let the pacemakers do the thinking for a little while and just sit in and relax and try and keep the paces comfortable for themselves as they can. Absolutely,
and we see there just on the left hand side of your shot a little bit of a picture of Christchurch, built in 1030 by King Citric. You're thinking to yourself, King Citric, that's just a restaurant in Howth. No, Michelle, no. He was one of the first Norse or Viking lords of Dublin, and it was rebuilt by Strongbow, then famously brought in by MacMurrough, the Norman invasion of Ireland. So a lot of historical nonsense coming your way through the next one. 19 bells Christchurch has, and these lads, 24 miles or so to go. We've come through that first mile marker, and we're starting to get that downhill now, coming down to one of Dublin's oldest pubs, just on the left hand side of your shot now shortly, or the right hand side of your shot shortly. These athletes will be coming across the James Joyce Bridge now as well, and you can see there some content creators there on our left hand side of the shot as well, not maybe keeping pace with our elite marathoners. I see David McGlynn there as well on the right hand side of your shot. Michelle, you were reckoning he's in pretty good shape at the moment.
I think he is, yeah. He won Charleville Half pretty comfortably, and it was not a good day for running down there, despite being a really well organised race and a really good course. I was down there watching, and the weather was not playing ball that day, but he won it very, very comfortably. So he's also spent a good bit of time in Fontremo recently, I think, at altitude, clocking at least 1 200-kilometre week and probably many more. So I feel like he's in good shape, and he's obviously made the decision to go with the lead group here.
Yeah, and as you said, like it's kind of with the pacers there, it's kind of easier just to switch off and I suppose roll through these early miles. And the Irish athletes at the back of this group are of course trying to keep pace with these boys, and I suppose with the strength of Irish marathon over the last while, we've got we know that Hiko set the Irish record here last year, and yet it's fallen multiple times since. So these athletes now have got into this kind of elite end where we're seeing Irish athletes running obviously 2:07 by Fergal Curtin, but 2:10 is now child's play for an Irish athlete. No, it's not child's play, but there are plenty of Irish athletes running in around between say 2:09 and 2:13, 2:14. So they're well able to stay with this early pace, being set here by the Kenyan and Ethiopian athletes. But certainly here as we roll along by the forecourts there as well, just on the left hand side of your shot. So you said these pacemakers, the fact that the lads can sit in behind them and kind of take stock or just kind of control themselves in these early miles, take the thinking out of it, and the Irish athletes sitting in there behind. Font-Romeu, I've never been, but I believe it's very boring.
Do you? I don't know. I've been once back in 2014, so it's been a while since I've been there, but I've heard great things, and it seems to be paying off well for a lot of athletes who train there anyway. So
I assumed you'd been there, so I was just going on the wind up. But no, it's very famous. Kind of, I suppose Paula Radcliffe, former world record holder for the women's marathon, is someone that would have made it very fashionable there. You can see Paul O'Donnell. Speaking of fashionable, Paul O'Donnell there in the centre of your shot, the 2:10 from New York last year as well. From him, Dave McLean there is the athlete in the blue, just on the left hand side of your shot. So we're really getting a good picture of where these Irish athletes, the leading Irish athletes are. And I said Ryan Creech, and that is Paul O'Donnell there in the DSD vest, the grey vest. I see, is that Hiko there just in behind, hiding in behind? He's a diminutive athlete, I suppose is the term you'd use.
Yeah, it's great to see so many Irish athletes going with the lead pack and giving themselves a chance and putting themselves in the race. I think they've all been training really hard, and they know they've seen what Hiko last year and Peter Lynch have done this year and Fergal Curtin, and they're kind of thinking, I'd say, why can't they run well and why can't they compete with the best? And it's great to see them on the camera with the lead group.
Absolutely. And speaking of lead groups, here's our lead women. You can see they're being paced by Sergio Shibanu on the left hand side of your shot, former winner of the men's race here. But you can see there we've got I said plenty of very good Kenyan and Ethiopian athletes. We're more likely to see Anne-Marie McLean a little bit further back than this group. But definitely a really, really good field here. You've got Lelem Abde just there she's just in behind that male runner there on the right with the kind of blue hat and the red arm sleeves there. That's Abe. She's an Ethiopian athlete, ran 2:31 in Beirut early this year. So in good shape this year. That takes place in around April. So she'll have bounced back from that, and we'll be hoping to run even a little bit quicker than that 2:31 PB, which is highly likely if she's running at this pace. As we said earlier, we expect these athletes to in around 2:24, 2:25 by the end of this 26 miles. And we've just gone over James Drysbridge here. We're coming into Smithfield area here now. Once voted one of the coolest neighbourhoods in the world. I think it was top 3. You know, it's not in Cork, but it can still be cool if it's not in Cork.
I suppose it can.
just about. But there is a little bit of an incline here, which wasn't part of the process of choosing whether it was a cool neighbourhood or not, whether or not it had a little incline up into Smithfield. But there is one, and these athletes are starting to go up it there now. We can see in the background, I think that's Blackhall Place, is it? As we're going by there. I could be wrong. In fact, I'm almost certain I'm wrong. King's Inn, perhaps. But these athletes, there is a little bit of an incline here coming up those streets and getting up towards the gates of the Phoenix Park. So as we had the early miles, a nice little decline, and kind of they can kind of stay within themselves, and then we get into this pull up into the Phoenix Park, and there is a little bit of pull up to that kind of 6 mile mark in Castleknock.
Yeah, there is, but they're very lucky here that they've got the two pacemakers that they have. Sergio, a past winner of this race, so he's obviously very in tune with the course. He's ran it before. He knows when the hills come. He knows what parts are easy, what parts are hard, and he's obviously a really capable pacemaker here, as is Gavin Curtin, who was second place in the half marathon, the Irish Life Dublin half marathon. So both very good pacemakers, the elite women are in really good hands here with those two pacemakers.
Yeah, I suppose that Sergio's won the race twice, 2014 and 2016, and the first time was that 2:21 win. So he'll be locking into those that the training he was doing for that, and hoping to bring these ladies to that 71:30 mark at halfway. So you can see there this time would be, I suppose, for athletes that are trying to run in around the kind of 2:30, 2:25 mark, anything around that. It's a good group to follow as well in these early miles. You know that you can just switch in with these elite pro athletes and kind of sit into their pace. You can see there Gurma as well, just on the left hand side of your shot there, with the black shorts and the Nike white and green top there. She's an Ethiopian athlete. She ran 2:32 in long earlier this year in France. So a little bit the weather, I suspect, a little bit different here, a little bit colder, but perfect for marathon. You can see there Sergio just sticking the hand out, going, we're going to be turning left here, but halfway up through Smithfield. So a really intelligent work there from him, just to make sure that everyone knows we're going. A lot of these athletes, as you know yourself, Michelle, from your career, that sometimes you're landing in a city or an area, and you're being you're brought to the race, stand on the start line, and off you go. And you mightn't really know much about the area. You've done a little bit of a course preview, but you're really relying on the pacemakers, and you're relying on the course directions and that kind of stuff as to where you're meant to be going. And judging by our conversation earlier and your terrible sense of direction, it's something you do need.
It is something you need. It's just very handy to have somebody who knows what's coming up and when there's, like I said, when there's a turn coming up or when there's a hill coming up or a downhill. It's good to have somebody who's aware of the course and who knows the course and has ran it before, to kind of give you a bit of information ahead of time, point out any potential, I don't know, cups on the course or something in front of them, so that the elite women can focus on their own race and almost check out of thinking and just follow the instructions or the direction of the pacemakers.
Absolutely. In cycling they call it road furniture, so there's just things that are on the road, different, like say even there, like the speed bumps and that kind of stuff, just making sure that the athletes are aware of what's coming next. And you saw Sergio as well dishing out a little bit of water as well, although I suspect not too many of them are taking it at this stage. But we are coming along North Circular Road there, towards the Phoenix Park, so you can see a very wide road, and a lot of these houses, lovely old houses built in the kind of the 19th century or so. So these athletes will be moving along this road, a nice straight road all the way down, so they'll be starting to see the gates of the Phoenix Park, just calling them as we, on the men's side, we're getting towards that first 5k marker. Remember, we're trying to hit that in 15 minutes to try and get the exact pacing as we go along. So these athletes are just moving so nicely there. You can see these athletes running 15 minutes. If you're running a local park run and you're running 23, 24 minutes, and these guys, look how comfortable they are at running at that 3-minute kilometre pace, and they're absolutely rolling along as they are on the women's side. And you can still see there Lelem Abde seems to be really sitting in behind Gavin Curtin there, the pacemaker, and trying to hang on to him. These athletes are only moments here from entering into the Phoenix Park at that not the Castleknock gate, but the North Circular Road gate, and they'll be coming around by the zoo, the Phoenix Park, the largest enclosed park in a capital city in the world.
Very knowledgeable of you, Rowan.
There you go. Yeah, Dublin Zoo. The wild lights will be coming up very soon as well. Very exciting time for one of the first water stations there as well. Very difficult. I've never had to use a water station because I don't run far enough. But Michelle, water stations, have you ever used one?
I actually haven't, because as we discussed this time last year,
I know you never ran a marathon, but you might have
to make the start line. But it's definitely a bit chaotic. It can be a bit chaotic when you're all trying to find your own drink or your own gel at the same table at the same time. It's trying to pick it out and not break your rhythm too much. Just grab your drink as quick as you can and proceed. Yeah.
And you obviously didn't feel it was necessary in the half marathon, in the Dublin half, to take on any. Did you take any gels?
I took a gel in the half. I did, but I carried it in my pocket. I didn't use any of the drinks tables. So
didn't fancy it. Didn't fancy stopping. You're good at running, continuing, but maybe starting and stopping, not your game.
No, starting and stopping is hard. It's hard when you lose your rhythm and have to get going again. It kind of just it's easier to kind of keep the pace if possible. If you can be as efficient as you can, grabbing the gel or the drink.
Yeah, and we've seen over the years many incidences of people grabbing the wrong drink or knocking drinks off tables or kind of getting caught by falling over when they come to a water table or a gel table, and it is very difficult. It's something that most of the time people aren't really preparing for unless they're really at the top end where they're looking for the last kind of couple of percent.
Yeah, it's very stressful on both sides of the drinks table. I actually did the drinks in the Olympic marathon in Rio in 2016. I was trying to give Breach Connolly her drink, and I just, whatever way I held it out for her, I just lifted the cup like an inch too much, so she missed the drink completely. So I will never be standing on the other side of a drinks table again.
Yeah, and I
Sorry,
believe Breach is still very upset about it. Yeah, and you two have fallen out since.
Do you know what? Breach is very unbothered because all marathoners know things go wrong left, right, and centre in a marathon. If you're relying on one drink stop and one drinks table, you've got bigger problems. So
hey, that's
hopefully
fair.
These athletes are all very adaptable and capable of, adapting to the disasters that the drinks people might cause.
Yeah, the likes of you. Yeah. That's why you're in here and not out there. And the elite men have gone through the 5K in 15:31, so a little bit slower than our expected pace, but that's, I don't think there'll be any complaints about that, as these athletes know that this course in particular, the latter miles, there is a little bit of time you can make up, and you don't necessarily need to bank it in the early miles. A little bit of an incline here as we come around by the zoo. We'd just passed the national headquarters for the On Garda Síochána as well, and we're starting to move our way in and around by the zoo there. We of course will be coming by the Áras an Uachtaráin run. Right now, obviously going to be Michael D is having to pack up all his stuff and get the van around and make sure he has all the stuff and ready to go. I doubt he's packing his own stuff, but he's got the brown boxes out, and Catherine Connolly is going to be moving in shortly. You can see the polo ground there in the background, where I'm sure you've done a few laps in your time, and many Dublin-based athletes will have at some point had done a few laps around the polo grounds. You can see it there just in the background of your shot.
Yeah, I actually did a few laps around, not the polo grounds yesterday, but the acres, and the wind was unbelievably strong, so I really hope it has died down for them here, but it could be a bit of the reason why they're maybe slightly slow going through the 5K. They could be cautious and just trying to maybe negative split and just be wary of the wind. Yeah,
exactly. We can see there that can affect it, and you can see the fact that they're only 30 seconds behind, though, means we're still on to it for a very, very good time, and hopefully they'll pick it up as the late in the later stages. You can see there that's wave 2 going off there, I think, at this stage, which was going to be in around kind of 3:30 pace at the maximum there at the front. So that's around 9-minute miling, or 5:41 per kilometre. So those athletes may struggle in, like, you can see the difference between the elite field and the masses is that the elite field, the pace shouldn't drop really throughout. These lads will be hoping to be in and around that 15-minute to 16-minute 5K pace the whole way through, barring any disasters. Whereas a lot of the masses will, at certain times, the pacing strategies may go awry, and the last couple of miles could be a little bit of a struggle. But you can see there just on that is the second wave tipping off. So lots of athletes running for different charities and running for themselves and maybe their first marathon. And obviously we have plenty of athletes like Kevin Steins running his 42nd and final consecutive marathon at the age of 85, and lots of athletes who ran those original marathons in Dublin Marathon in 1980, still running their kind of the OGs of it, the original marathoners that stepped on. And they were telling some good stories over the last couple of days about people looking at them kind of oddly running around in the 1980s and 90s, running the streets, and that it wasn't the done thing. Whereas now, it's nearly odder not to be in a run club or to be out running and running different races.
It is. There's nothing cooler than a run club these days.
Yeah, absolutely, and unfortunately, I'm not cool. That's probably why I'm not in one. We can see here, though, looking cool, calm and collected, is Lelem Abde. She was really trying to push the pace there in behind Gavin Curtin, but has come back to that elite women's field. So she's sitting in there just behind Gavin Curtin. She's ran that 2:31 from Beirut in the Lebanon earlier this year. So she'll be hoping to improve on that and running at this pace. You'd expect her to be close enough to that. But a really kind of a strong field there, and it's already starting to break up there. You can see athletes starting to fire out the back of that field, and you can see there Sergio just on the left hand side of your shot is holding that pace and holding that inside line. We're going to be coming up to a right hand turn shortly as well, so those athletes are just showing the elite women's field exactly where they need to be going there. We're trying to get an idea who that is on the right hand side of your shot? My sight has really left me there. You know, these athletes need to come closer to me, and then I'll be able to tell exactly who they are. Michelle, you're a month younger than me, as we discussed earlier, so you probably have better sight. I think that's Gladys Kemboi from Kenya there. She's got a half marathon PB of 68.52 from Ghent in Belgium. So that's really, really strong running there, just on the right-hand side of your shot, in the kind of black and yellow outfit there. She's wearing a undershirt as well. I have to say that's something that I do find quite interesting, is that what the decisions are. You see Lelem Abde from the Ethiopian there, just in the centre of your shot. She's got the hat on and the arm sleeves, and Kemboi with the undershirt. So what is the decision there? Do you know, at least you can get the arm sleeves, get rid of those, and get rid of the hat. The undershirt's going to be a bit more difficult to jettison throughout the race. So what decisions would you make on a morning like this morning?
I don't know, but I'd say they've all got their decisions well thought out at this point, and maybe she feels the cold more than others and would rather be running warm for the whole thing. But you can see as well that they're tucked almost directly in behind the two pacemakers, Sergio and Gavin, so it's good to see them making good use of their perfect pacemakers, and they're letting them take any win, take any thinking out of it. And yeah, definitely. And like it's that is a long straight stretch there up through the middle of the park. The lead women came through, by the way, in the 5K 16.58, and the Irish women then, Ava Crane, who we'll talk about it later on, as well, as come through in 18.36, and McGlynn just 1 second behind with 18.37. We can see here the lead wheelchair athletes there coming around around by Castleknock, and they'll be coming into a kind of a downhill section now as they come through this Castleknock section here. So a really, really I suppose enjoyable section for a lot of athletes as they get into a bit more of a downhill there. Yeah, and it's actually, I think it's great to see that Ava Crean seems to be putting it up to Anne-Marie McGlynn. Anyway, give us something to watch on the Irish side, because they're obviously both going for the national title. And it'll be great to see how that plays out. I knew that we'd have a great race on the men's side for the Irish title, but it kind of seemed for a while there that Anne-Marie was going to be a clear favourite on the women's side, but definitely not anymore. She's definitely got some good company there in Ava Crean.
Absolutely, and just to go back to that wheelchair athlete that came through, that was Sean Frame there, the Commonwealth Games silver medalist, the Scottish athlete. He is leading that men's wheelchair race here. You can see here just at the back of that field there's Gurma there, just in front of the athlete from Donor, and Gurma, really, really strong athlete, the Ethiopian, a 2:32 athlete at her best. So she's just there sitting at the back of that field. So we've kind of got 6 women there in this elite women's field, and just being left out the back of that is Atsede Baisa, and that was the athlete we referred to on the start line there, that like myself, best days are perhaps behind, and has won 3 major marathons, Chicago twice and Boston in 2016. So an athlete with a lot of experience, but I don't think this is an experienced move here in terms of sitting back, and I think she's been dropped from this field at the moment, by the looks of it. Yeah,
it would be great to see her get back onto the back of this pack, because it makes such a difference having a group to run within a marathon. It's such a long way, having company and shelter. It just makes it a lot easier, so it'll be a very long way home if she does actually get dropped off this lead group.
Yeah, I think so. And if there was one place you don't, and even the likes of the Chesterfield Avenue here, it's such a straight run as well, that it's one area, I suppose, of the race that you don't want to be caught out in the wind, and which she has been done here, you know. So it's unlikely to be a conscious choice anyway. I think she's just struggling a little bit. Also gone with the undershirt, so perhaps maybe that's part of the issue here. Who knows?
Short sleeved undershirt.
Yeah, certainly. And look, she's an athlete obviously with some brilliant runs over the years, but a personal best obviously of 2:22. She's ran 2:28 this year in Lima in Peru, so would have been an altitude as well. So is obviously in good shape. We've got the men's field. We flick back to the men's field here, and you can see there Hiko just on the left hand side of your shot. Hiko Hassa Tonosa, the last year's champion at 2:09 at his best, and he's gone for the double whammy here. He's got multiple undershirts, so controversial choice, and a peaked cap, which is a rare sight. But he obviously lives in Dublin, and he would understand a lot about the Irish winter sun that I'm sure they would have gotten the early miles here. That many a person driving in a car is cursing this morning, giving out about that low sun. So maybe that's what the cap is for. But really, really good field here. You can see Hilary Kipsamba there in the centre of your shot. The Kenyan athlete 2:04 from Paris in 2021. He's around 2:10 here last year and 2:29 at altitude there, just bang in the centre of your shot there. Kind of a stocky athlete in terms of, in marathon terms, he's a little bit shorter, a little bit more compact, but really, really efficient mover there. You can see just from the hips down, incredibly efficient.
Yeah, and it's also still really great. We're almost 28 minutes in, and there's still 3 Irish runners in the lead pack. Paul O'Donnell, DSD, Hiko Tonoso, DSD, and Ryan Creech from Leeville. So they're really giving us something to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And those three athletes will be trying to contend for the win here. Hiko trying to back up his title win last year. Ryan Creech hoping to banish the demons over the last couple of years. A couple of silver medal finishes, and hoping to get one over Hiko. And then Paul O'Donnell with that 2:10 in New York. And New York, often I think that race was actually entirely within Central Park, but it is a hilly course in itself. I've ran around Central Park multiple times, and it's not an easy place to run.
No, it's not.
Have
not
you
that
run
I
there?
have been.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you really.
I have no idea, but I'm going to take your word for it.
It is quite hilly. It is it can be hilly, yeah. And also, I was very unfit and still am, so that may have been part of it. Someone will reply now and say it's completely flat. It didn't feel like that to me. But these athletes will be running on this. There is a bit of a slight incline all the way up up Chesterfield Avenue, and it does feel like an incredibly long stretch that you're running up there. You can see Ryan Creech in that yellow Leeville vest here, just on the right hand side of your shot, and these athletes going around those roundabouts and trying to, I suppose, adjust to that kind of change in pace as they have to get out of their rhythm a little bit as they come up through Chesterfield Avenue there. But really, really strong field here. As you were saying, it's good to see the 3 Irish athletes still in this pack, but also good to see such a large pack there. You see Manazat Sayom there just on the left-hand side with the pink shorts and the hat. He's a Kenyan or an Ethiopian athlete, my apologies. He ran 2:12 in Leiden in Holland earlier this year, so he's in good shape and still well able to chat there, and the athletes kind of still it's so early in the race for them and winning the first 10k, so these athletes will have no problem being able to chat to each other or tell each other to move or get out of my way, or you're in my line of vision. So you can see Sam just sitting in there behind Kipsambu, and Hiko just on the right hand side of the shot. Ryan Creech, I don't think he's following I'm just going to follow you exactly right behind you the whole way here and try and maybe kick by at the end. He's hanging on to him for dear life, and Paul O'Donnell just behind him on the left hand side of that shot.
Yeah, it's actually great as well to see the 2 Irish guys, the 3 Irish guys, but the 2 in the Irish club singlets. I love seeing that in a good international field. You can see they've obviously done a lot of training. They're not professional athletes, they're amateur athletes. They probably they put in the hours of training, and they're still up here with the league group representing their clubs.
Absolutely, and you're on the Leeville propaganda, so you're actually wearing your Leeville top right now. No, she's not, but in her mind and her heart she is. But of course, we're coming through the Castleknock gate there, I believe, Michelle.
We're getting into my Dublin home turf here down this road. I run this road probably twice a day most days.
So what you should have some real insights here into what's the tarmac like? It's
absolutely stunning tarmac. I think we're coming up to the 10k mark here, are we?
Yeah, I believe it's 6 miles when we come out the gate, and then the 10k mark is then just slightly further up the road, 400 metres up the road. So we go back here to the women's Irish field here. Anne-Marie McGlynn there on the left hand side of your shot, and Ava Crane, the 19-year-old, there on the right hand side of your shot. So probably at either end of the spectrums of their careers, but 2 athletes that are locked into this battle here.
Yeah, and also in their club vests, which we love to see. And despite the fact that they're both in yellow and black, they're not actually in the same club. They're 2 different ends of the country, but it's great to see them. Yeah. Yeah,
and I was reading Cathal Dennehy's article there about Ava Crane in the Irish. I'm going to say the Irish Independent. I'm going to say. I don't know. I read it online I did not read it. It could have been the Irish Examiner, but I did not pay for it. But I read it online anyway, and less said about that, the better. But Anne-Marie McGlynn obviously come back for her third, or attempt at winning a third title in a row. And Ava Crane, the 19-year-old, an athlete who started off doing a little bit of running during COVID and played to a high level in kind of Irish basketball as well, and took up running during COVID, running on a treadmill, and started off running 500 metres and struggling with that, and eventually was getting up to 22 kilometres a day, and started running, moved to Manchester and ran the Manchester half, and a week later then went out and ran the great, I think it was the Great Limerick half then as well, or the Limerick Marathon,
she ran
full
the
marathon.
full Manchester Marathon, followed by the full marathon in Limerick as well.
That seems excessive.
Each to their own.
To me.
You know what? She's now coached by John Kinsella. I don't think she had a coach at the time. I think she just made that decision by herself. But regardless of people's opinions on it, not many people would be able to do that. It's a very impressive achievement. And, you know, despite also being just 19 years old, you know what they say, if you're good enough, you're old enough, and she is definitely good enough.
Absolutely, and I'm jesting, of course. Even the ability to run 2 marathons at any pace, but they were 2 decent marathons as well. That she ran within a week of each other. So it's a very exciting athlete, because an athlete that is able to do that, and maybe whose training is not at the time very specific, and now with John Kinsella looking after her, is getting a far more specific training. Who knows what the potential could be here, and what she might end up running. And at that age, I suppose it's exciting to, every time you go out, you have a tendency to chop large times off your personal best and your season's best and that kind of stuff. So huge rate of improvement there. Anne-Marie McGlynn, though, has been improving every year, even at this stage of her career. She's still running incredibly well. They're coached by Emmett Dunleavy, and has the experience of such a big city marathon as well. So an incredible battle there between those 2 athletes, I'm sure, as we come around by the late turn in around Castleknock, and getting into a little bit of an uphill here before we move into kind of adjacent to the park there, coming down Mount Sackville School and eventually into Chapel Island across the river. So,
yeah, and it's great to see. It is great to see the 3 Irish guys still in this lead pack. Ryan Creech, coached by Donny Walsh, who ran the Olympics himself in 1972, also coached Lizzie Lee to the Rio Olympics in 2016, so he's obviously got some great marathon potential, and Ryan is obviously getting some great advice there from Donny. And like I said already, word on the street in Cork is that Ryan Creech is absolutely in the shape of his life. He is absolutely going for this national title. He's going to put it up to Hiko. He said after running almost 18 completely solo miles in this race last year, he's not running on his own this year. He's done all the work, he's done all the training. He's travelled for a 10k race in Sicily a few weeks ago, and he has done his preparations, and he is gone fully with the lead group this year.
Yeah, I can see there he's really determined to stay with that group for as long as possible, and I suppose with the shape that he's in, he's gonna be there for till the latter miles, especially with the kind of main thrust of the group. This group here, though, with Ava Crane and Anne-Marie McGlynn in the centre of it, kind of it's working well here. You've got a lot of athletes almost feeling like pacemakers there. They can sit in behind some of the kind of sub-elite men's field, and they'll have a little bit of almost a pacing group there that they can work with. So these 2 athletes won't be on their own throughout the race. They'll be able to kind of sit in and work with some of the men that will be running in around that kind of 2:30, 2:35 pace. So we could see a massive PB from Ava Crane here. She's ran Limerick earlier this year, around 2:43. She'll be expecting to run a little bit quicker than that. And Anne-Marie McGlynn, of course, who's won the race the last 2 years, is an athlete who's well capable of running inside that time. And I suppose when you look at the type of athlete that Anne-Marie McGlynn is, she's very, very consistent. Last year she ran 2:34.05, and the previous year she ran 2:34.13. So I would be shocked if she didn't run 2:34 today. No, I believe she's in even better shape this year. So these athletes be trying to run around that kind of 2:33, 2:34 margin would be a great run for both of them today.
Yeah, definitely. That would be a huge PB for Ava Crane, but I wouldn't put it past her. She is young, and I would say her youth and fearlessness will stand to her here. She also is the winner of the Charleville Half Marathon. She ran it in 75:22 on a not great day, but she also ran 74:06 in Manchester a few weeks ago as well. So even though her PB is 2:43, I would say she is probably in a good bit better shape than that if she can hold this.
Yeah, definitely, and even just where she's after placing herself here, you know, like the fact that she's ran a couple of marathons already, she knows even at this young age where she needs to be. and you know, she wouldn't be foolish enough to go with this pace unless she felt that it was something that she could hold. So those athletes will be as they move along through into Castleknock here now again, into your neck of the woods. These athletes will be kind of still feeling, they're starting to feel a little bit and feel a little bit like that it's starting to hurt a little bit, but it should still be well within the kind of rhythms of their training. They'll all be getting in, you know, 20, 21 miles of a long run, that kind of stuff. So there shouldn't be any problem to them at this stage. You can see them there taking on gels and taking on water as well. So just that little bit of an injection of carbohydrates to help them, not so much at the moment, but later on in the race.
Yeah, it's pretty early days, but both of them look pretty comfortable to me anyway. And yeah, you can see Ava taking the gel there. I think the key with the gels is to take it before you need it, so you never hit the low point and you never crash, so you can kind of maintain as you go through the miles. Yeah,
absolutely. And I suppose the kind of technology around that has improved so much over the years. We used to see a lot of athletes having kind of stomach issues and that kind of stuff, but with different pacing strategies and athletes learning that you need to practice, like both of these would have been practicing with gels and making sure that they've at this stage their body is comfortable with the type of gel that they're taking, or the type of food they're taking on, even the type of water, in terms of if they've got any electrolytes and that kind of stuff, that their stomach is well used to it, because that's one of the major kind of pitfalls, I suppose, of marathon pacing and marathon fueling strategies is making sure the stomach can take what you're taking on.
Yeah, it's 2+ hours of just pounding the road, so you want to be careful what you're eating and that you don't feel sick or too full, or that you fueled enough as well.
Yeah, and like obviously yesterday I was carb loading for this, making sure that I was fully prepped, really getting into the mindset of the athlete by eating a lot yesterday. But so I feel pretty good. I have no gels. We're gone gel-less here today for our marathon prep, but we're still hoping to make it through the 2.5-3 hours with full energy. We're going to pop over to the male race here. Our 3 Irish men, we're hoping, still in the top of that elite field. As we come around Mount Sackville here, we can see our pacers there at the front, and I see is it Mespin there just on the inside, or Meffin, the USA athlete. He's around 2:10 in Toronto there. He's just on the right-hand side of your shot there with the bobble hat on there. Very poor on the aerodynamics there, bobble hats. It wouldn't be the hat of choice, I would say, for most marathoners, but he's just there. Maybe he got it at the expo yesterday and said, I'll wear that. Who knows? But he is just there at the right-hand side of your shot. Irish athletes just behind. You can see there we've Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell just maybe about 30-40 metres behind this elite field. And Hiko still, I think, can't see him. He's just at the back of that shot there as well, the back of that group. So, unfortunately, Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell, now they have each other, but they are 30-40 metres behind the field.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to work together and get back up to that main group, or even just push each other on to a really good time here. But it's great to see Hiko still keeping up with the lead group here.
Yeah, and I suppose in terms of the Irish coming through that lead pack, the elite men have gone through 30:46, so they've kind of maintained that pace from the early 5k pace that they were setting. Those men are consistent and kind of almost metronomic at the moment. The next Irish behind that kind of lead pack there, you can see that just the 2 Irish guys, Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell, dropping off that, but Dave McLean is just behind that in 31:04. He's come through, and Jake O'Regan just behind that 32:33. So those athletes still on for really, really good times at the moment. The elite women coming through in 33:52. So just when you're sitting at home and you think about the elite women coming through there, 33 minutes for 10k, or just close to 34 minutes for 10k, which is incredible running. The lead Irish women coming through in 36:50. So some really good running across the board. I know it's early, but we're hopefully going to see some really quick times here across the board in both the men's and women's fields.
Yeah, and it's great to see such a big group in the lead men's race still here as well, because sometimes you see somebody take it on and they're out on their own, and that's all we're looking at for the 2 hours. So it's great to see so many in the mix, giving us something to watch. We still don't know who is looking the best and who's likely to take the title home.
I like the way you're not concerned with the actual race itself. It's your entertainment. So you're like, I want lots of athletes in the front field. So I want to be entertained. You know, that's what we're here for, Michelle. The whole thing is for you.
I want them to have a great day, and I want to be entertained.
Yeah. Well, hopefully,
I am.
Yeah, you're actually here to entertain, not to be entertained. you know. But you're working here, Michelle. You're working. And these lads are not working yet. They're a little bit of an incline here, as you can see when we get into the Phoenix Park. It is kind of undulating, and a lot of athletes will think, oh well, I've come around by Mount Sackville there now, and I'm going to go on a real downhill all the way back down to the river. But there are rolling hills within the Phoenix Park. That you can see that they're there. Those athletes are coming up the top of that hill, and then they'll start to go in towards a downhill then to get to actually leave through the Chapel Elizabeth Gate. So it is a section that I suppose a lot of athletes, particularly in the sub-elite field, will find that the downhills, everyone kind of rolls down a hill and tries to run as fast kind of down a hill if they're not maybe as experienced as some of these athletes. But running it down a hill can take it out of your legs just as much as an uphill can.
Yeah, it definitely can. You probably feel the downhills in the quads, but it's still a nice little breather sometimes to gather yourself and go again. If you are feeling like you're getting detached, you might maybe find yourself with a little extra energy coming into downhill too. So hopefully they can get a little bit of respite. Yeah,
exactly. And I suppose when they actually do get into Chapel Elizabeth, then coming up towards Ballyfermot, there is a really sharp hill as well, which will kind of a lot of the time separates the race winners from the rest of the field. You can see there are two pacemakers still at the front, Ngoy just there on the right hand side of your shot, and then that's Daniel Mesfin there, the athlete I mentioned earlier, just with the bobble hat just there on the right hand side. So an athlete, I suppose, not only fashionable but in good shape as well. He's rolling in nicely there. They're sitting in just behind the pacemakers, and Hilary Kipsambu just there in the centre of your shot as well. So two athletes that are hoping to obviously to run improved times on their season best. Mesfin with that 2:10 from Toronto in 2018, he'll be hoping to try and revise that today, and he's well on for a sub 2:10 clocking if he stays with this top group there. Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell there just at the very back of your shot there. They must be only maybe 50-60 metres behind this field, so still running really well. And I suppose from Ryan Creech's perspective, delighted to have Paul O'Donnell there alongside him after last year being on his own for so long, and he goes hanging on gamely to the top of that group, and an athlete who's obviously showed so well last year to run 2:09, but this could be, like will we see him maybe stay with this front group? Can we see Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell try and get it back up there, and we can kind of see them I suppose battle it out for that Irish title there. You can see today Teshomi Mekinen there, the other American athlete there, just in third place. He's just on the left hand side of your shot in that top group, and Hiko still in there as well. And we've got about maybe 5-6 seconds back at that point, at the 10k point, but we moved on a little bit from that, and after that we did see obviously an injection of pace because Paul O'Donnell and Ryan Creech have been dropped off the back of that group, but still obviously running really, really well.
Yeah, they're still running really well, and it's great that they have each other there. They're not completely isolated. Also, Paul O'Donnell running for DSDAC. Hopefully there's a lot of Dublin supporters and clubmates out on the course supporting him and keeping them on the pace and helping them to finish in a good time still.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the other thing. So the thing is, I suppose for this elite field, they'll come through the suburbs and through the city, and there won't maybe be as many people up early and out supporting. And I see a lot of supporters out for the masses later on, and they're seeing relations and friends and that kind of stuff running and giving them a bit of support. But hopefully people are out and ready to support these as well. You can see plenty of supporters out on the course, because I suppose even just to kind of get to see how good these athletes are and how quickly they do run here at the Irish Life Dublin Marathon. Like these athletes are running world class times, and they're running, and they're coming to a street near you very shortly. See second water station there for these athletes. So different strategies. Got some guys taking a little bit of water, some not. You see on the right hand side of your shot there, that's Aweke Alawu, the Bahrainian athlete. He's ran 2:07 in Frankfurt. He ran 2:14 in Belfast last year. Won the Belfast Marathon. So an athlete who's ran well on these shores in the past.
Yeah, and you can just see them there after grabbing a drink again. Some of them very smooth with it, some of them a little bit less smooth with it, but they're very good teammates, sharing their drinks and making sure that their competitors are equally looked after. If anybody did miss a drink, they're kind of very willing to share with each other, and if they're going to win this race, they're going to win it fairly. They're not trying to get one up on the drink stations.
Yeah, you can sometimes see that some athletes will use it as a kind of a they'll try and jump ahead at that water station, but all these athletes kind of almost like the Tour de France, kind of respecting the yellow jersey. You can see the pacemakers there trying to share water and still chatting. So imagine running through 15k in 45 30 like they've just done, and still chatting away to each other, probably discussing what Netflix series are you watching, that kind of stuff. Very easy running. See the women's elite field there just on the right hand side of your shot, still running really well, and you can see they're following through some of the areas that we've just gone through with the elite men's field, and they're coming up towards that kind of undulating rolling hills that we have in the Phoenix Park. So we'll start to take a little bit out of the legs. That group has definitely whittled down since the last time we saw them, but we do still see the likes of Kamala, Ayanta Kamala from Ethiopia, Gladys Kemboi in there as well, and Lalem Abde, who was really showing at the very start of the race, and sometimes you can tell even in the first kind of 10 kilometres, an athlete that's just champing at the bit, and they're really up behind the pacemaker and looking ready to go. Sometimes they can end up falling away, but a lot of the time they're the ones that are actually they're ready to go, and they're obviously in good shape if they want to be right up behind the pacemaker.
Yeah, they've obviously done the training. They know what they're capable of running, and they're probably keeping an eye on the watch and trying to keep up, trying to make sure they're still on track. But they are very lucky, as we've said already, to have such great pacemakers here still going strong. The two of them, they've kind of made a wall there to protect them from any sort of potential wind. I don't actually know if it is windy or not, but they seem to be tucked in nicely behind them anyway and letting the pacemakers do the work for the moment.
Yes, I'm not too sure on the wind either. I was outside only very briefly and I didn't feel any wind, but yesterday was far windier, so I'd say a lot of the athletes who sitting in the hotels and athletes up even in the masses there looking out yesterday and the last couple of days at some of the weather changes would have been unimpressed, but it's actually quite a nice day here for the Irish Life Dublin Marathon. So we've come through Chapel is there on the elite side, on the men's side there on the left hand side of your screen, and these athletes will be getting into a little bit of incline here, so it's kind of generally uphill kind of up until we get into the kind of Walkinstown area. So a lot of these athletes will be starting to feel a little bit, they've had that, as you said, that moment to kind of relax a little bit and kind of take stock as they come down the downhills here that we're seeing the women come down. But the men's field then are really getting into kind of a series of sharp uphills to get them out of and away from the river and up towards Ballyfermot and into Crumlin and heading towards the halfway mark. So these athletes will be starting to feel a little bit, and this is kind of where the race will be won now over the next kind of 5 or 6 miles on the men's side, because they are hitting those uphills, and these athletes will be starting to surge and kind of put pressure on, see who will break and who won't break over the next couple of miles.
Yeah, it's kind of a hard part in a marathon as well when you're getting almost an hour in, but you've got more than an hour to go. Mentally, it's a hard part to decide what to focus on. You don't want to be thinking about how far is left, but you're still starting to feel the pinch about after you ran for 50 minutes. So, it can be very tough mentally at this point in the marathon. Yeah,
and I think I believe the miles 13 to 14 in Dublin are the slowest section. Even at the elite end, it's the slowest section of the race. It's a lot of uphills, and you've come from a lot of uphills as well. And as you said, you're really starting to hit that point in the marathon where it's become, it's starting to become a little bit struggle. The first hour for these athletes will be well within their wheelhouse, and they're all well capable of running that, and even at this pace that they're all within their wheelhouse. But then you're starting to find out, how am I feeling today? That little illness I had a few weeks back where I missed a couple of days training, or that session didn't go very well. That's where these things will start to crop up, and we really start to see what kind of shape they're in today, and how the race is going to go from 12 onwards. Sergio there explaining we're going to be going right down here when we get in, and really he's chatting to these athletes the whole way through, and Gavin Curtin is pacing them really nicely as well. But it's starting to break up a little bit as we get towards the water station there, and the athletes a little bit of a break up there. You can see Gladys Kemboi of Kenya kind of being shot out the back door there when she tried to get to her water. But these athletes will sit back on. I suppose it's important as well not to race back on and to get back onto the field and know that you can just take the time to gather up to the group again and not have to chase after them.
Yeah, definitely. There's a long way to go. There's no need to be surging. And that's actually another benefit as well of having such good pacemakers and such good runners in the group. It's a lot easier sometimes when it gets hard to be running behind somebody who's very comfortable. It's hard sometimes when you're running behind somebody who's struggling and you can hear the breathing. It almost makes you feel more tired than what you are. But when the pacemakers are comfortable and the other lead runners in the group are pretty comfortable, it almost makes you feel more comfortable yourself. So can hopefully be useful.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and you could see the athletes there as well. The pacemakers was come through Gavin Curtin's club there in Dunor Higher, just on the right there in Chapel Lizard. So you can see those athletes, the pacemakers, were kind of smart enough as well. They kind of almost slowed it down just after the water table or the water station, just to kind of make sure, look, we keep everyone together here and we don't need to be flying on in this group. But as I said, we come through that Chapel Lizard area here, so you see the masses starting to come through the in around that kind of 6 mile 10k mark. So a lot of the mass is still celebrating and still enjoying themselves, and getting into that uphill section as well. So a big difference, I suppose, between the paces these athletes are running, but and the kind of the as you said earlier, the vibes are a little bit different for the masses as they are for the elite field. But the elite field here out here to do a job, and they're fighting for contracts and prize money and all the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. And the elite women there have just gone through 15k in 50:35, so they're on track for a 2:22 finish. If they can hold that pace and maybe pick it up, maybe not, but in and around 2:22 finish. But like you said there with the masses, so much respect for the mass participants as well. A lot of them are holding full-time jobs. They're training in the morning, they're training in the evening, they've got families. Their long runs, while the elites might be out for a 2-hour long run to cover the same distance, a lot of the masses are out for almost 3 hours. So it's a big time commitment, and it's a lot of fueling, and yeah, lots of respect for all of them. A lot of them doing it for charity as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and even just, I suppose, getting into their first marathon, or it could be their 10th marathon, but really enjoying the running scene. And a lot of them would have ran the Irish Life running race series in the summer as well, and moved their way through from 5k and 10k and half and the whole lot. So it's an impressive collection of races, number one, and obviously ending here with the Irish Life Dublin Marathon, and hopefully a lot of these athletes will be signing up for more races again in
I'm
Dublin.
sure they will be, yeah. Like you said, the Irish Life Dublin Half Marathon is very good. It goes along some of the same course, so a lot of them will have done it in preparation for this, to run the roads that they're about to be running today.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the thing. A lot of as you said, you're running in Castleknock and getting around the that part of the course route, and a lot of athletes will be trying to get out on the course and run as much of the course as they can, and know the different sections. And you see there the pacemakers having a bit of a laugh and all in good spirits. So they know that they're running a really, really strong time here. They're going through in that 2:22 pace, which is incredible running here. And a lot of these, the female field here will be on. They're all on for big PBs here. I want to bring your attention here to Gladys Kemboi of Kenya here, just on the inside of your shot there. She's the athlete with the, as I mentioned earlier, on the undershirt, the blue undershirt and the black singlet. Her PB is 2:36 from 2015, which is obviously quite a distance a time ago, but she ran 68 for the half marathon earlier this year. So her half marathon PB before that was 76 minutes. So she's been obviously in incredible shape in the last, say, 12 months. So there's an athlete that we could see well up in the field there. She's just on the inside there, closest to the footpath there with the blue undershirt. There's an athlete that could be very much in the mix here at the end, alongside Lalem Abde, just there with that bobble hat there, just on the right at the front of that field, just in behind the pacemakers. So they were starting to see these are the elite women. Will they all still be there at the end? It's unlikely. We're seeing a couple of athletes there look like they're a little bit of a struggle at the back of that field there. It is just beyond a lot of these athletes' PBs as well, to this pace at the moment. So that'll be it's going to be difficult for some of them maybe in the later miles.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's still 6 of them there with the lead group at the moment. 6 of them, 2 pacemakers and a couple of good club men as well. So it's a nice little group of them running there.
Absolutely, and the Irish women then through at 2:34 pace, they've gone through 54:50 through the 15k. So that should be Ava Crane and Anne-Marie McGlynn there as well, coming through that at that 2:34 pace. So as we said, Anne-Marie McGlynn, she didn't even need a pacemaker. She's just going to run 2:34 again. I'm going to run 2:34, and if anyone beats me, that's fine. But I'm going to run 2:34. That's what Anne-Marie said this morning.
Yes, she's very consistent. She can pull out 2:34 almost any marathon she runs, but she has actually ran a 2:29 marathon. So she's capable of running quicker, and maybe she's holding something back here. Maybe she hasn't been fully challenged running the 2:34s for a couple of years, whereas today she's got Ava Crean sitting right there with her, who is, if she can run 2:34, she's on for a not far off 10-minute PB.
Yeah, it'll be an incredible run, as we said. That's the type of at that age and new to the sport, you can see big jumps. So it'll be an incredible run. And we've had a bit of a jump here. Gladys Kemboy, as I mentioned earlier, made a bit of a jump on the field there and kind of a little bit of a gap, which is now being closed already. So those athletes will be trying to fight out here. It's getting into a little bit of single file here. We're getting to those uphills coming away from the river. So this is where we're going to separate the wheat from the chaff, as it were. That's a reference to, a bit of farming there, Michelle. I thought you'd enjoy that.
It was actually lost on me completely. It was actually completely lost on me. I was going to leave you in an awkward silence there for a minute. But no, it is. It's getting harder. It's definitely getting harder. You can tell by the way they're kind of, the women are spreading out a little bit there anyway. The men seem to be in a lovely compact group here still. They
certainly are. We're coming here towards Kilmainham Jail here as well. We've actually just moved just beyond it there, and we've turned left onto South Circular Road. So we'll be moving back in towards the city centre here briefly, and then they'll move into areas like Crumlin and Walkinstown and back around by Kimmage before heading out towards the sea, I suppose, and towards Donnybrook and RTE Studios and towards the finish. So these lads will be trying to get to the Pepper Canister Church and get to the finish line in around that 2:06, 2:07 margin. But at the moment, still plenty of time to go. And as I said, very compact. They're all working there together. And I don't see Higo.
I was just thinking, I think he's there towards the back of the left of that pack. I was thinking he was gone, but I feel like you can just
see the white shoes.
His legs a little bit. Is that him there?
Yes.
I can kind of identify his run. Yeah, so it's great to see him still in the lead pack here. Like last year, he stayed there the whole time, had a great run to run a national record at the time. So he's obviously does well on this course and is back to defend his title, and he's doing a good job of it so far.
He certainly is, but yeah, he's not helping us much because he's sitting in there. He's trying to find the tallest person he can do to hide behind Hico. So you've trained with him over many years, so he's a great character and always in flying form and an aggressive runner as well. Like even I suppose if he was, no matter what shape he was in, he'd be stuck into the top end of this field, and always an athlete that goes for it and it has paid off for him. It paid off for him last year winning the national title.
Yeah, definitely, and it's great to see somebody who is so gutsy. He'll go for it until he can't go anymore, which I love to see that. But also just I can tell that he's running there because I've ran a good bit with him, but his form is so good. Even when I can't see him, you can see just the way he kind of hits the ground and the form that he runs with. It's really efficient. It's really, I don't know, I wouldn't mind having that kind of form myself.
Yeah, certainly, and you've obviously seen he go warm up over the years and kind of bring the Ethiopian style warm up to the Dublin Track Club at the time, and he that kind of piston like quality that he has with his the bounce off the ground and just an incredibly compact athlete, but a lovely mover and kind of poetry in motion when you see him running, as most of that elite field is. Certainly poetry of a different kind here. We could see some laments perhaps from these the athletes here in Wave 4. They're going to be running around 10:18 for the mile here. This is the 4:30 pace at the front of this Wave 4. So these athletes just getting going now and looking forward to their 26 miles, and you can see all shapes and makes and sizes and different types of athletes and different types of get-ups there. We've got water belts and all sorts of things going on, and different hats and the whole lot. So a lot of these athletes are going to be out there for a while, so a different kind of attire and gel, a lot more gel has been taken on here because these athletes are going to be out there for such a long time. So a lot of athletes here running for charity, which is incredible, and the amount of money raised is an incredible thing every single year at the Irish Life at Dublin Marathon. So I know we've got some particular characters that are out running here. We've got Stephen Bradley from Shamrock Rovers and his assistant Glenn Cronin. They're running the Irish Life Dublin Marathon this year and hoping to raise 100,000 for Oscar's Kids, which is a childhood charity. So and they're incredible. They have to finish the race as quickly as they possibly can. I think they might have gone off in some of the earlier waves and trying to get up to, they're playing a rescheduled game against Derry in the north. So I believe Stephen Bradley and his assistant Glenn Cronin are going to get a helicopter to the game. Yes, today. Yeah.
Well, they're flying here now because they've just gone through 10k in 55:42, which is pretty quick moving for them. And also anybody who's following David Gillick, our amazing 400 meter runner and interviewer from the World Champs, he's just ran 44.54 through the first 10k, so he's on track for a great time as well.
He is, and he has a book out for Christmas as well. We give him a bit of a jip written by alongside Cathal Dennehy, 2-time Irish Sports Journalist of the Year, and their book has come out for Christmas, so go there and make sure you buy all athletics related books. And I see Leo the Lion as well, the Leinster Rugby mascot, has gone through in 44.54 through. He's hoping to break 3:17, and he's currently on 3:13 place while wearing a mascot costume, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is, and he must be running with David Gillick there, because it looks like both of them have gone through 10k in 44.54, so they're in good company with each other.
That's quite a big costume as well. We see a dinosaur crossing the line there as well, so you'd be sitting in behind him and trying to make sure you're in behind the wind. So said all sorts of different characters running today. You can see the 450 balloons there coming through, so everyone trying to get their pacing right, and either at the elite end or non-elite end, everyone's trying to get the pacing right.
I know, I see Thomas Gore there from Waterstown Warriors just started behind that 450 pacer as well, so shout out to him. I hope he has a great day. Absolutely,
and being out there for 4 hours and 50 minutes, it's a hard slog. As we see the lads in the elite field here, they're starting to get into a little bit of that hill going up towards the Crumlin Road, and when you're in a car or you're on a bike, it doesn't feel like it's a major hill, but this hill goes on for the guts of about maybe a mile and a half, and you can see there just the pacers. They're starting to get towards the end of their job here. They're only going to run 63.30 through that was the goal to get through the half for these boys. So they're getting to the end of their job there. They're hoping, like, if I get a little bit further up the road here, I can just peel off to the right or off to the left and make sure that my job is done here. We're coming up towards the crossroads there by Loreto. Crumlin there would have been on your left there, in the Garda station here on the right, Crumlin Garda station. So they're really into the mix here in the suburbs and starting to work their way up this hill. You can see there the lean forward. It's a bigger hill than it looks for a lot of these boys. You can see there just Segay there on the right hand side of your shot there, and the red all Adidas strip. We hadn't mentioned him earlier, the Swedish athlete. He ran a 2:06 in 2021 in Siena in Italy, but he ran 2:09 earlier this year in the Hamburg Marathon, which is quite a flat marathon. So an athlete obviously in very good shape, and a tall athlete there as well, just right next to Hilary Kipsambu, who's the fastest PB in the field there, just in the kind of right hand side of your shot, the diminutive athlete just in front of Hiko. So really good field here. We've got 6-7 athletes by my count just joining us there as we head up Crumlin Road here. We're just gone through the half there. Yeah,
they just went through 20k as well in 60.38 for anybody who was following the actual splits and times. But yeah, they look really comfortable still. The pacemakers may be working a little bit harder, but they're doing an absolutely brilliant job here carrying these elite men through to, what have they gone by, halfway?
They've just gone through the half there, underneath the half sign there, as they come up there by Pierce College. So they've just gone underneath that. So these, as I said, the pacers obviously going a little bit further and running nicely. The halfway was 64:12 for that elite field. So just a little bit behind pace, but as you said, the little bit of wind this morning and it is a race that we can pick the time up on.
Yeah, it's also potentially perfect because I think the second half is arguably a little bit quicker, so maybe they've actually paced themselves really well here and have held back slightly. And Hiko obviously still in this lead group, sitting at the back of it, looking very comfortable, and he's prepared to let everybody else do the work, biding his time there for the first half.
Yeah, and there's Mesfin there, the American athlete, just at the back of that field there as well. So he still looks very, very comfortable. You might think he's dropped off a little bit, but he's actually still well within his wheelhouse there. That 2:10 from Toronto in 2018. So he's well capable of running at this pace and sitting in there. So just taking a little bit of water on and getting his way back up towards Hiko there. We come up by the Ivy Trust, those houses there in the background, over in the next kind of 200 or 300 meters, are all built by the Guinness family. I'm sure you've been watching House of Guinness, I'm sure, recently. No? Haven't been getting into it. There, the Ivy cottages there in the background. As you know, the Guinness family built many of the houses in the area and all around Dublin City, all under a trust called the Ivy Trust.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And for anybody who's following, and I'm sure there's a lot of people watching that are following the rest of the Irish who are not in this league group anymore, but Paul O'Donnell has gone to halfway in 64.35, still with Ryan Creech, who also went through in 64.35, and then Dave McGlynn of Waterford AC 64.58 through halfway. So they're all on for, I would say, really big PBs still.
Yes, they certainly are. Now we see the women's field here as well, and someone who's definitely on for a massive PB is Ava Crane there, just on the right hand side of your shot, and she's been very intelligent here because she knows that Anne-Marie McGlynn is that experienced athlete, and obviously two-time winner of this race, or 2 in a row in this race. And if she just sits with her and follows her the whole way around, I don't think she'd be led too far astray on this race. And then Anne-Marie is just going and probably thinking, I have this young whippersnapper just sitting on me here the whole time and letting me not necessarily do all the work, but she's running alongside me and letting me do the thinking in this one. And I'm going to have to try and find a way to burn her off at some point.
Yeah, definitely. Anne-Marie looks intent on dropping her here, and Ava looks very comfortable actually. But they're working well together anyway, and I would be doing the same thing if I was Ava. Anne-Marie has all the experience in the world. Like you've said already, she's ran 2:34. How many times? She's ran a 2:29. She's competed at so many international championships, European cross country, European road running. Multiple time national champion here at the Irish Life Dublin Marathon. So Ava Crean is doing very well to be still running with Anne-Marie here and looking very comfortable doing it.
She certainly is, and she's actually kind of almost getting her way to the right in behind that athlete there, who's not a pacemaker but is doing a great job helping doing a bit of pacing here, and even explaining exactly where we're going. We're going right as we go around this corner. So he's obviously ran the course before, but they come around there by Kilmainham Jail, and there is a little bit of a downhill here, and then a quick left then as well to get us onto South Circular Road then when they get to the uphill on the other side. So these athletes will be still well within the running, and Anne-Marie is just sitting alongside Ava Crane there. As you said, Ava Crane looking incredibly comfortable as she moves through this field and working nicely here. And we were thinking Anne-Marie was trying to drop Ava Crane, but maybe it's going to be the other way around, and maybe we're going to see Ava Crane trying to drop Anne-Marie as we hit this uphill here. Now that might be an issue as well, because as we know, Anne-Marie is experienced, so even if she is starting to struggle here a little bit, maybe she'll just sit in and know that it's a long way to go even from here.
Yeah, it does look like it's getting a little bit tough for Anne-Marie, but she is one of the grittiest runners I know, national cross-country champion last year. So I don't think she'll be giving up that easily. And as I've already said, or you've really pointed out, I'm very selfishly hoping for a brilliant race here. And so far, so good. I hope they can stay together and just push the pace for another few miles at least. We're coming up not too far off halfway, and yeah, there's a great race going on between the two of them for the national title. Yeah,
as you said, it's not about the charity. It's not about all the miles they've done. Is this entertaining enough to keep Michelle awake? That's what it's all about. No, it is going to be very entertaining, and hopefully Anne-Marie, as you see there, she's gritting in, and like this is going to happen over the course of even the next hour or so. Both of these athletes are going to hit sticky patches and have to make sure that they hold on, they grit their teeth and just sit in and hopefully, and not to panic as well, and to know that, oh, look, I'm having a little bit of a bad patch here. I just need to take a couple of deep breaths and keep picking my feet up and try and stay with Ava Crane here. And you can see her there. She's just moving closer and closer with each stride and going to get herself back on again. And it'll be cat and mouse, I think, the whole way here to the finish.
I think so too, but it's great for the elite Irish women to have some good, very, very good club runners here to help them through as well. I'm not sure what vest that is. Is it Portlaoise?
Portlaoise, yeah.
Yeah, so fair play to him. He looks really smooth as well, and he's very helpful here to the elite Irish women.
He certainly is, and we can see here as well that we've just off screen. We'll give you a kind of update as to how we're getting on with the elite Irish men there as well. So he goes obviously in that league group that have gone through in 64.12, but Paul O'Donnell has gone through in 64.35, and Ryan Creech right alongside him with the exact same time through halfway. Dave McGlynn then coming through about 23 seconds behind that 64.58. So O'Donnell, Creech and McGlynn are all on for a kind of around the 2:09 mark, which obviously would be PBs all round for all three of those athletes, which would be incredible. And he'd go on for an even faster time. He's looking to maybe run around the 2:07, 2:08. So you can see here Hilliard Kipsambu there just on the left hand side of that elite field there. He's making sure that he's taking closer order, and he's getting himself right up the front there as he passes Super Valley Walkinstown, which is quite a nice Super Valley, I must say.
Yeah, like you said, he go on for 2:07, 2:08 as well. I'd say he's looking at he ran the national record here last year, which has subsequently, as we've said, been beaten twice. But I'd say he's looking at Fergal Curtin's 2:07 and thinking, I want that national record back.
Yeah, well, it would have been an incredible year for Irish marathoning if we went from Heco to Peter Lynch to Fergal Curtin back to Heco. So that would be an incredible 12 months in the marathon scene in Ireland. And I don't think we'd ever, when you consider that for so long we had John Tracy's record and obviously with the likes of Stephen Scullion and plenty others taking cracks at it over the years, but I don't think we would ever had a year like that. Even already for it to be broken 3 times in 12 months is incredible. But we might even see a fourth here from Heco, Hasso to Nosa as we move our way up towards the walking roundabout. The women's side of things here, on the Irish women's side of things, we're coming through Rialto there. We just crossed the Rialto Bridge, and Ava Crane there. It's still got a little bit of a gap. I wouldn't even really refer to it as a gap. It's about a metre between them. And Anne-Marie McGlynn just sitting in there and hoping to kind of ease our way back up towards Ava Crane. But Ava Crane, in fairness, looks in incredible shape and is running very, very smoothly there.
Yeah, she looks unbelievable, and it's great to see the elite women at the international at the front of the elite women. They've just gone through halfway in 71.46, which is absolutely flying as well. Yeah,
that's incredible running there on for that kind of 222, 223 run there on the elite women's side. But just on the left-hand side of your shot there, you see that elite men's field. That's Hilary Kipsambu there. He's got the fastest PB in the field. He ran 2:10 last year and 2:29 at altitude this year. So hard to kind of tell, I suppose, what kind of shape he's in from that altitude mark. But we just came around there are coming around by the Walkinstown roundabout. Ireland's answer to the Arc de Triomphe. It's one of the scariest roundabouts. There's about 95 different exits, and it's a terrifying area for the locals. I live locally here, and it terrifies me every single time. I'm always very, very I concentrate on the road all the time, Michelle, but particularly concentrating when I hit that roundabout. So we're on to Kimmage Road West here, I think, and these athletes are moving down. That's a nice straight section here. They'll be running a little bit into the wind here as they come along this section, but they'll be able to kind of get into a rhythm here. There's not much road furniture or left and right turns, but they'll be running along here. Mesfin there has taken closer order again. Heco just in behind him. And we've got, as I said, Hilary Kipsambu there at the front of your field. We've got the pacemaker, Ngoy, there in the centre of your shot. He's hopefully going to go even a little bit further. We've one pacemaker has already gone. We've got Manazat Sayam there. He's wearing the pink shorts there in the kind of centre of your shot, the Ethiopian athlete. He's around 2:12 earlier this year, so in good shape. But this is certainly ahead of that pace anyway, so hopefully we'll see him kind of getting in the mix here. Just on the right-hand side of your shot, that's Mekinen, Tetomi Mekinen of the US. He's around 2:10 2 years ago. So he's certainly running beyond himself here as well. So a lot of these athletes are hoping to run big PBs here and are certainly going after it today anyway.
Yeah, definitely. Both in the very front of the men's elite field, they're on for PBs, and the Irishmen are all on for a lot of the Irishmen, the lead Irishmen, are on for PBs as well. As well as the elite women, they went through halfway in 71.46, as we said, which is a 2:23.30 predicted finish time. So the course record from last year was 2:24.13, and they are, at this point, they're about 45 seconds. They're on for a finish time of about 45 seconds quicker.
Yeah, so incredible running, I suppose, across the board here, and fair play to the organisers here of the Irish Life Dublin Marathon. They've produced, over the last couple of years, we've had some brilliant fields and kind of fields where there's a lot of athletes that are running, I suppose, just beyond what the elite men, Irish men, are going to be running, which means that you always have the potential for the likes of Heco or Ryan Creech or Paul Donald to latch on to these groups and be kind of towed to a really good time.
Yeah, and they seem to be pushing on a bit here because there's a few at the back of this elite pack here that seem to be falling slightly off. Not fully gone yet, and hopefully not gone at all, but it would be nice if they could maybe close that gap and have company and stay in this elite group for as long as possible. Yeah, definitely. And I suppose this straight section here, and it's a flat section. It's pretty flat now after that crumbling area is a bit of an incline. It's pretty flat here for the guts of maybe 3-4 miles, where we have a relatively flat section for these athletes, so they can really get into the rhythm of their running here. They've kind of got over the hump of the kind of more difficult sections, and they're really starting to motor along now, and athletes are well into their running. So you've seen the likes of Manazat Sayam getting dropped there. We've seen
Sammy Sagai. He's gone off the back of that field, and the pacemaker's still plenty of running in him anyway, and he's chatting to that field. And Hiko's been dropped there as well, the Irish leader. He's just gone behind Sammy Sagai. They're the Swedish athlete, so still on obviously for a really good pace here. We can see Mesvin there, the American athlete there, behind the Ethiopian. And we've had a serious error there from Mekinen at the water table there, so at the water station. So he's gone all the way back to where Hiko is. He's a extremely experienced marathoner with a half marathon PB of just over the hour. So athlete who's ran some really, really quick times in the past, but that was a serious error there from him. He looked like he was really flying it. He's trying to make his way back up to this group as well. He's just there in 5th place at the moment. Mesvin, the other American athlete, looks like there's no loyalty to his American compatriot. He's gone to the front and he's pushing on that place. Manazat Soyam there, centre your shot, the Ethiopian 2:12 athlete. He's just there, all just taking on water. And the third athlete there is Aweke Alawo from Bahrain. He's a 2:07 athlete, so he's probably the athlete I'd be looking at, to have a really, really good shot here at this one. See, that's Mekinen here. He's the guy who had a bit of an error there at that water table, the water station. He's trying to get onto the back of that group. So we kind of have 5 athletes here, 2 Americans, 1 Kenyan, and 2 Ethiopians in this lead group.
Yeah, and just going back for anybody who is following some of the other Irish women who haven't been on the screen yet today, but I'm sure you're very interested to see how they're doing. But gone through 20k, Nicola Sheridan, the third Irish female at the moment, has gone through 20k in 75:43. Caitlin Harvey has gone through 20k in 75:45. Megan Ryan seems to be running pretty close behind her in 75:49, and Gladys Scaniel 75:51 through 20k for anybody who's following those Irish women.
Certainly, and you can see the Ava Crane here and Emery McLean still locked in this kind of eternal battle. I feel like if we were to come back tomorrow, they'd still be here battling each other on the cool down. They'll be battling each other. They'll be working their way through it here. So Emery McLean just sitting in behind here. We're starting to make our way up along that Crumlin Road, I think. So we're very much into the mix of that kind of that difficult section here for these athletes. So. Sorry, we've gone beyond that now. We're kind of gone into the Walkinstown area. So this will be a little bit of an incline for them and a little bit difficult for these athletes. And as I said, this is where we're going to see the kind of the difference being made. And barring disaster in the later miles, this is where the hard work is really being done by these athletes.
Yeah, definitely. You're halfway in, but there's half ways to go. So 13 miles in, 13 to go. It's a long way mentally to think about how far is left. But they're absolutely flying. Ava Crane went through halfway in 77:13, so she's on track for an absolutely huge PB. If it was almost anybody else, I'd be worried. But she looks unbelievable. She's young, she's energetic, and I can see her actually holding this pace for a long time more. And Marie McGlynn is still with her, going through exactly pretty much the same, 77:14 through the halfway mark.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that, as you said there, it's the youth that leads you to, and in fact, she does a little bit of experience over there. She has ran a couple of marathons, but that youth and the kind of the story that we're seeing unfold before us, and over the last year or so, that's really kind of leading us to believe that she should be able to hold this, because she's coming from kind of I suppose an we're going to see we've huge scope for potential here, because we haven't seen her run on the track over 5-10k. She really is an unknown. She's just been running marathons, so but obviously looks in incredible shape here as we move up. I was correct. My original thought was correct. We are on the Crumlin Road. We'd lost our bearings there for a second, but this is the hard section. They're real uphill here all the way to the top of this, and then they start to work their way around, getting towards the Walkinstown roundabout. And it's a difficult section, that kind of uphill there, because, as you said, we're over halfway. So the initial kind of not easy part, the initial kind of running within themselves and kind of keeping that pace. But now we're actually into the race, and this is where the race is going to start. And to start the race, you have 1.5 miles, 2 miles uphill. And that is a difficult time. Anne-Marie McLean has just gone by Ava Crane there and gone. They're in lockstep again.
Yeah, a good piece of advice when running the marathon too is a lot of people will say to maybe run the first 10 miles within yourself. Run the first 10 miles with your head, so you're not going out too fast. It's so easy to get carried away. Then the second 10 miles you run it with your training, which is what they're doing now. They've obviously locked into pace, they're competing with each other, and then the last 10k you run it with everything you have. So right now we're in the middle of the second 10k, which you can see they're just very comfortable, locked into their pace, and they're focused on the task at hand.
Absolutely, and like you said, at the training, this is where the training is going to show, and these athletes will have been. Obviously, Anne-Marie McGlynn has a lot more training in her legs than Eva Crane, but both athletes will be in training really, really well over the last couple of weeks. I know, but from Emma Dunleavy and from John Kinsella, they're both well prepped for this race. You know, here is Manazad Sayam, the Ethiopian athlete. He has very little information on him other than that 2:12 from earlier this year in Leiden in Holland. So, but he looks like he's running really well here. Just behind him, Mesfin, then Kip Sambu, then Mekinen, who had that error with the water station earlier on. He seems to have got himself back on track with that one. And just behind him, then the Ethiopian Aweke Alawu. So those 5 athletes are well ahead there of Sami Sagai, who's in 6th place. And just straining my old eyes to try and see Hiko just off in the distance there as well. So all those athletes still obviously on for really, really good times, but these 5 are locked in those medal positions.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as well if they decide to share the pace at all, because they look to be running almost in single file here, somewhat in single file anyway. So it'll be interesting to see if they say, Siam, you can do all the work here, carry us to the finish line, or if somebody will take a chance in the lead and do a bit of work as well.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And that's, I suppose, these athletes are not just looking to finish and not looking to run fast times. They're looking to try and win the race. So there's going to be a little bit of tactics coming into play here now. These athletes are coming around by Ternier College here, and they're going to turn left onto the Ternier, on the road to Ternier. I think it's the Bushy Park Road. Bushy Park will be on their right now shortly when they take this left-hand turn up here. So they're into a nice straight section, and then it gets into a little bit of a downhill as well. So they'll be enjoying as much as you can enjoy this section here. And it is a section that we could see some real surges being thrown down, because they don't necessarily have to worry about too much of an uphill or a downhill. They can really concentrate on putting the hurt on athletes around them. Kip Sambu there in 4th place. He's not as efficient maybe as Siam at the front. You can see he looks like he's kind of straining a little bit and working those arms, but you can be assured that he's not under any real strain at the moment. He's running well within himself. He's got that PB of 2:04 from Paris back in 2021, so this pace shouldn't be any problem to him.
Yeah, no, and it's great to see fast times and everything, but we also want to see a good race, and a good piece of advice from Donny Walsh, coach to Ryan Creech. He always says, race the race and the times will come. So at some point you have to just race the people around you, and if you're always racing at the front of the race and you're always challenging for the win, eventually the time will come. Absolutely,
and I believe Donny Walsh once led Prefontaine in the 1969 NCAA cross.
He absolutely did. Legend.
Donny Walsh second in 1971, I think, in the NCAA cross. So in the American Collegiate Cross. The American Collegiate Cross, though, I believe this year in the World Championships, both bronze medalists finished outside. I think they're both in the 180th to 200 position in the NCAA cross. So that seems to be the key to winning medals in the World Marathon, run reasonably badly in the NCAA cross. So there you go. So these 5 locked together there's Ternier College there in the background. These athletes will be running along that nice straight section here, all the way down into Ternier Village itself. So you can see even on the bikes there, they're moving along pretty quickly, and these athletes are running in that kind of 450 mile pace, which is incredible, running 3-minute kilometre pace at this moment in time. So they're on for in and around kind of 2:07, 2:08. We're going to see them. The course record, of course, is 2:06.51, and the women at the moment, that course record is 2:24.13. So I think that could be under serious threat. That was only set just last year.
Yeah, it looks to be under threat anyway, judging by what they went through halfway in, and the fact that there's still a good few in the lead group, so they'll be pushing each other all the way to the end. So hopefully we'll see that course record go today. Yeah, definitely, and as you said, the fact that there's so many of them there together, that's where we see kind of the them pushing each other on to running those times and trying to make sure that they push all the way to the finish, and there's no kind of time to let up or anything like that. So these athletes here, they're still running really, really comfortably here. I think Aweke Alawu from Ethiopia there, just at the back of that field, he's looking around himself a little bit. Maybe he's looking at the local houses, the house prices, looking at the prize fund and thinking, can I afford some of these? And unfortunately, even though the prize fund is substantial, it's not going to cut it in the Ternier area, unfortunately. But these athletes there, the 5 of them together, there's Mekinen there. You'd wonder what went through his head earlier when he struggled with the
the water station here. You can see the women's elite field there. They're coming along Cambridge Road west again, and these athletes are a nice straight section all the way down through towards Terranure from here. So these athletes will be running really nicely here. You can see Gavin Curtin still there, pacemaking there. He's just informing him there. Look, the water station's coming up, and see that water station seems to have caused problems for both of our elite fields here. I suppose when they're getting a little bit more tired, it's a little bit more difficult to get your bearings and make the correct decisions.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's also just another great advantage of having a good pacemaker. He kind of knows that it's going to cause them trouble to have to kind of stop and grab their drink, so he kept the pace going there so they can kind of gradually keep up to him, and he's still in the rhythm that they can just latch on to quickly again. And as you can see, they're also almost in single file again, so the pace is obviously starting to push on a bit here.
Yeah, definitely, and they'll be kind of in around that kind of 14-15 miles for them now as well. So it's certainly it's starting. The race is restarting for them, and that water station, because of the fact that some of them are kind of gathering it a little bit later and losing that bit of rhythm. So we'll kind of see them in single file for a moment, and then they all kind of come together like an accordion, just like we saw on the men's field. So the men then on the left hand side of the screen, they're just coming through Terranure village here now, and they are coming by what used to be Vaughan's. I'm not sure the exact name now, but I believe James Joyce's mother used to work there. We crossed the James Joyce Bridge earlier, so they're writing their own story here as they move through Terranure village, and they're going to be starting to hit the kind of downhill sections and coming into Rathgar and along that section there towards the sea. So I suppose not that it's going to be easy for them, but it is it's certainly a flat section anyway for these elite men. But they're only going to push the pace on when they hit the flat, I suspect.
Yeah, definitely. And even if you're looking on the right here, the elite women have just gone through 25k in 86.05, so they're still on track for a great time. And speaking about the 25k splits, the Irishmen, for anybody who is still keeping up with the Irishmen, which is probably everybody, Higo has gone through 25k in 76.15, Ryan Creech 77.01, Paul O'Donnell still with him 77.02. Dave McGlynn seems to be closing the gap a little bit. She's gone through 25k in 77.11, and Jake O'Regan, who we actually haven't mentioned yet, coached by Alan McCormack, I think, has gone through 25k in 80.45. So they're all running really, really well.
And do you reckon there's much marathon chat in the McCormack household?
I'd say no. I think Fionnuala McCormack, absolute legend, 9th at the World Championships in Tokyo this year. I'd say she's like, nah, let me run while I'm running and leave me have some peace while I have my dinner. Absolutely.
I suspect so, yeah. But it's certainly that's an incredible performance from Fionnuala McCormack in the World Championships 9th. Just unbelievable, and an athlete that just seems to go from strength to strength even as the years go on. She's like a fine wine. She's getting better and better, and always an athlete that no matter when the conditions are worse, she runs even better. You know, she's just loves those difficult conditions and loves causing that pain to the others around her, I suspect, and putting the pace on and trying to break fields. So such a tough athlete. These athletes here are incredibly tough as well. You can see this elite women's field are starting to break up a little bit, and starting to we thought they'd come back together, but they are still in that kind of single file here. You still see Gladys, whose name I've forgotten now. I wish you were pointing to it there for me. Thank you very much. Gladys Kemboi from Kenya. She's ran 2:36 is her PB, so she's up for a massive PB here. But she ran that 68:52 in Belgium earlier this year, so obviously in really, really good shape. And our leading athlete here, who we had earlier, has hidden her her number, so she obviously doesn't want to be identified today. But they come around here and they've just turned right out of Kimmage, and they're going to be starting to head towards Terranure here. So these athletes are flying along nicely. Gavin Curtin still leading them out here in this lead pack. So we'll just get an identifier on that second athlete here. But really, really looking like they're still full of running.
Yeah, they do. And our lead group of 6 from early days has whittled down to almost single file line of 4. So it's definitely getting tougher. They're getting into the second half. Well, they're well into the second half of the race, and they're spreading out.
Yeah, I think that's Abesi Adunya from Ethiopia, and it's her debut marathon. And I did extensive Googling on her earlier and found incredibly little information. So I suspect my spelling and pronunciation are horrifically off there. But she's her debut marathon, and she looks like she's still full of running. And sometimes you can see that a debut marathon and it will run a personal best, and sometimes that's just, you know, that kind of almost, I wouldn't say naivety, but a fearlessness because they haven't ran it before.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, we might not have been able to find much information about her, but she's here leading the Irish Life Dublin Marathon, and after today, if she can hold this pace, I'm sure we'll hear plenty more about her.
Absolutely, yeah, and she's flying along here, and she's made a little bit of a gap there on Kemboy and Lalem Abde of Ethiopia as well, so she's got maybe about a 15-20 metre gap here, and to have made that gap this early is it's a brave move, and they've really broken it up over that section there. Once they got out of Crumlin and got onto those flat sections around Walkinstown, and they left the Walkinstown roundabout behind them, they were into those flat and quick sections, and you can see that's where the elite fields are really trying to break up the race around there.
Yeah, definitely, and there's still such a long way to go. Like, they're 91 minutes in and on pace for a 2:23 and a half-ish marathon, so there's a good 50 minutes left, so you still, even though there's slight gaps forming here, you just never know what will happen in the last 50 minutes of the race.
Yeah, and I suppose in terms of your, like, the fueling and where things can go wrong, it's unlikely to really go wrong in that first 10k or even the first half. It's really over this latter section here that you'll see that, and the athletes will start to kind of roll back to each other, and gaps will start to open, and then the athlete who's made that surge is going to have the other athletes kind of chase back up to them, and they kind of rally again. So it's such a long and mental run for a lot of these athletes. Even at the elite end, it really is a mental game. We can see there those athletes are just closing that gap again, and we have the three athletes here together. That is Epise Adonia, and we've got Gladys Kamboy in there as well, and Kenya Gurma from Ethiopia. So those three athletes all together here. Kenya Gurma, who ran 2:32 in Lawns earlier this year. So those three athletes locked together here as they come around by Terranure College. On the men's side, then we've got three athletes as well. There's a good bit of chat here. Sayam, who you said earlier on, is he going to have to lead the whole race? Mazat Sayam, the Ethiopian athlete with a 2:12 PB. They're coming into Ratgar here now, and they're moving along into the coming. There's going to be a bit of a downhill here as they come towards the dropping well and in around that Milltown area. But he's got two American athletes with him. He's got Mekinen and he's got Mesfin, and he's having a bit of a chat with them there. He's saying, "I'm not going to be doing all the work here, lads. You've got to get up on my shoulder or sit back or get to the front." He's really rowing with them there, isn't he?
Yeah, and do you know what? I wouldn't want to lead this whole thing myself. There's still a long way to go. So, I mean, I suppose he's trying to give himself a fair shot when it comes to the end and not having done all the work early on. Yeah,
certainly, and he's kind of, and yet he's still kind of almost trying to hold that lead a little bit as well. So I'm sure he just doesn't want them sitting in right behind him, but he still wants to keep the pace high, and that can be an issue as well. If he was to sit on the brakes here and allow them to go in front of him, they might slow the pace down a little bit, and kind of surge. So he's trying to keep that pace high. Good bit of a downhill section here as we come towards Dropping Well and we start to work towards Milltown. So it is a pretty long downhill section, so they'll be starting to recover a little bit there, and that's why you could see them kind of chatting and gesticulating at each other and that kind of stuff, trying to organise the last couple of miles and make those decisions. Mekinen looks like he's struggling a little bit more than CM. CM looks full around there. Look at that relaxed face and how relaxed his running style is. But these three athletes have definitely got that gap. And if we see not Mekinen but Mesfin, the other American athlete, just in third place there, could he be the first man to rock a sunglasses bobble hat combo and win a marathon? I think so.
He could be. And just speaking on those elite men, they have gone through 30k in 91.19. Then Hiko is just over a minute behind him in 92.26 with Dave McGlynn, who seems to be running very well. He's come through, gone past Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell. Dave McGlynn has gone through 50k. Dave McGlynn has gone through 30k in 92.29, so he's running really well, obviously going to finish strong in this marathon. Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell running well together, gone through in 92.41 and 92.43, so they're obviously still running well together as well.
Yeah, McGlynn, like he's not with a 2:15 personal best, and obviously like he's ran 63 36 for the half marathon as well. So he's an incredibly good runner, but he's ran the race in a very kind of intelligent manner there, and he was at the front with the elite group in the first 6K, but after that he definitely let them go through that kind of Phoenix Park and wasn't in that elite group. But he's really obviously full of running today, and sometimes you can have a day like that. He's obviously full of running and he's gone for it now, and the fact that he's up and he's gathering pace and getting towards Hiko there, it'll be a great battle for that Irish men's title between Hiko and David McGlynn, and not to discount Ryan Creech and Paul O'Donnell either, because they're working together, and no doubt that they'll finish strongly as well.
Yeah, and just speaking about David McGlynn there for a second, he has spent a good bit of time in Fontramaux. He won the Charleville Half Marathon. He's coached by Ray Tracy, who is an unbelievably well-known marathon coach. He coaches Emily Sisson, the American record holder in the marathon, so he knows what he's doing. He's given Dave McGlynn some very good advice here today, and it looks to be paying off really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ray Tracy, of course, brother of John Tracy, former Irish record holder, and could Dave McGlynn get up and even maybe look to try and get close to that Irish record? It's unlikely that 2:07 is now been really put beyond a lot of athletes by Fergal Curtin there in South Korea only a few weeks back, but these athletes will be hoping to run a kind of a similar time here, so unlikely that the Irish record will be broken today. But we could see fourth place in the Irish Life Dublin Marathon here in the Irish men's section be maybe a 2:10, 2:11, which would be outrageous when you consider the last couple of years,
Yeah, 2:10 could have won it 2:10 could have won the race many times, I would say.
Yeah, it won the race overall. Never mind the
Irish
race.
Sorry.
Yeah, but it's certainly the Irish title to be finishing maybe fourth or fifth, running a 2:10, 2:11 was incredible running, and just shows the strength of Irish marathon at the moment. And I think it's been led here by the Irish Life Dublin Marathon and the race series and kind of the buzz of the marathon over the last couple of years. These athletes here, Siam has just led them up over the Milltown hill there just maybe about 30 seconds ago. He's gone over the top of that hill, so he'll be coming on a kind of a flat section here before we start to get into the later miles here, and these athletes will be hitting a downhill section now shortly. So they've come along by Alexandra College there, a nice flat section, and that little bit of an uphill, another flat section now, and then a downhill then as they get towards kind of the suburbs and around kind of UCD and that area there. So it does start it's a little bit of an uphill section now for a while, and then the last couple of miles are freewheeling, easy almost.
Absolutely. And just again on the other Irish women that we haven't seen on the screen but who are also running very well, Nicola Sheridan, who won the Dublin Half Marathon a few months ago, has gone through 25k in 94:45. Ryan.
That's Megan Ryan, I believe.
Megan
Yeah,
Ryan, sorry.
yeah. If you've got her name there, she won't hold it against you though.
I'm so sorry. I would have. Megan Ryan is right with her in 94:46. Caitlin Harvey 95:10 and Gladys Gagnon 95:29. So they're all doing really well as well, just off the screen.
Yeah, certainly, and like, it just shows the strength of Irish women's marathon as well. That those athletes are all working well together there, and all on for some really really positive times there in that kind of Irish women's field behind our two leaders of Ava Crane and Anne-Marie McGlynn, who are rolling nicely there, coming through the half our 25k themselves, just 2 seconds apart, so still very much locked together. There's Mesfin there; he's just in third place in that group, the American athlete, and he's trying to hang on as much as he possibly can to the two leaders at the moment, Mekinen and Sayum. They're gone single file here, and they're rolling really nicely here. You can see just that kind of really efficient style even in the front there from Sayum. The other two athletes a bit more kind of long striding there from Mekinen, but Sayum just really, really controlled, very, very relaxed, and rolling really nicely here as we come into the latter stages of this race.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, after all your talk about the under t-shirts, the top three men here also all have the t-shirt on under the singlet and the hat, so maybe it's a great method.
Yeah, it's the key. They've obviously, all three athletes coming from warmer climes, I suspect, so it's unlikely that they're enjoying this cold weather here. And you can see that as we come around here, we're coming around by the hospital name, which I've now just forgotten, but we come around here by Ashton's Pub. It'll be on your left here to do a lovely carvery. Other carveries are available, but it is a kind of a long looping left-hand turn here, and they're going to start working their way downhill and then crossing, I think, over the Dodder and coming back around. So it is it's a nice section here for these boys to kind of gather themselves. You got the men's wheelchair field about to cross the line. So last year's winner was Sean Frame, and he was leading the race a little bit earlier. The Scottish athlete silver in the Commonwealth Games, and he'll be coming up towards the finish line here and crossing it very, very shortly. So a fine effort from him. I believe we're keeping an eye on David Gillick and, more importantly, Leo the Lion. How's he getting on, Michelle?
Leo the Lion is on 3:07 pace. 3:17 was the record, so it looks like there's a very good chance of that record going down.
So my question is, I suppose, is it Leo the Lion that's actually at the matches, or have they gone and got a nice, like so he's behind the mask. How do we know it's the same guy that's always there? You know,
we're going to trust it.
I don't trust it. I'm a skeptic here. This could be anyone. That could be.
Reveal yourself.
Yeah, exactly. It could
Leo.
be. It could be Stephen Scullion. You know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows who it is? But he's on for 3:07 pace anyway. But it's going to shatter the mascot record, which is, you know, pretty much just a made up record. But, you know, let's celebrate it nonetheless. But we'll hopefully celebrate Sean Frame crossing the line here. Will he enter the frame of our shot here very shortly? I hope he will, but he's going to be, we can see just there in the other frame, we've got the three men at the front of that elite field. You've got Siam, Mekinen, and we have Mesfin, the American athlete. So two Americans in the top three here at the moment, all working well together. Siam, after a few complaints earlier on, has still continued to lead this field here, and he'll be hoping just to keep that pace up and hopefully drop the two of these athletes behind him as he enters into the final miles.
Yeah, he's probably hoping that if they refuse to do a bit of work, they're maybe a bit tired and not just waiting to pounce. Yeah,
it's always kind of a difficult one there. Like, are they just at the absolute limit for them, and it's a little bit of a struggle, and that's why they're not going to help him. To see Sean Frame there just crossed the line and has won the Irish Life men's wheelchair title. So an incredible marathon from him over the last hour and 48 minutes. So really good work from him today. And we can see there that's going to be the finish. That finishes just outside the Pepper Canister Church, which is named. That's the nickname of the church because it looks like a pepper canister. Apparently, I can't say that I've been down there too often, but it does apparently look like a pepper canister. What's a pepper canister even? That's a lot of questions there. I have a lot of questions and I don't have many answers. And I normally have a lot of answers, Michelle, but not today. Not today on that. You came for the marathon and we've given you some nonsense historical facts, but nothing on the pepper canister, unfortunately.
Oh, we all love a good tour of Dublin too, and it's definitely a great way to see the city. I've been driving around Dublin a lot in the last few weeks, and I feel like every road I go on has a sign for the Dublin Marathon course, so you pass a lot of very well-known streets of Dublin when you're running around this course.
Absolutely, and it shows Dublin in a great light. You see the masses here starting to come through the Castleknock area here, and they're turning left here. They're about to enter a little bit of an uphill section, and they're just beyond 10k here. So it is the first 10k. I'm sure has been enjoyable. They've all ran plenty of kilometres in training, and they're really starting to enjoy themselves here. And but unfortunately, it's going to be a bit of an uphill section, then a downhill, and then the race will begin in that Crumlin area going up that hill. And that's when the joy that we're seeing now, and we won't be able to see much of that, but it'll be a great experience, and the joy that hopefully they'll all see at the end, and hopefully the vast majority of these athletes will get across that line at the end.
I know, and there's actually a lovely coffee shop there. They've just passed it here on the right, Mellow.
Yeah.
They do some really good food and coffee, and I'd say a lot of these runners who have been training in the Phoenix Park for the last many, many months have probably gone over there after their long runs, and they're probably passing by thinking, oh, it would be very nice to stop in here for a quick coffee.
Exactly, and unfortunately, well, look, I suppose they could take the time, but it would be it'll be enjoyable, I'm sure, to slip in there now and have yourself a little pep up with a bit of coffee and get going again. But see there, that's the 4:10 balloons coming through. So these, like we're looking at the elite field here, obviously, and they're running incredibly fast. But 4:10 is really, really good running, and these athletes are all well on for that if they're sitting in behind those balloons. Obviously, it's only around 10k, just over 10k through, so that might change as time goes on, but still in high spirits here as we go along. Look, we've got playing with the crowd here. He's getting some gels, from random people. I was listening to a podcast yesterday about in the early days of the Dublin Marathon, people handing out water and young fellas hanging out water around the areas in Dublin, and it turning out that they had been filling the water from the canal, and all the other the stewards going, "Don't take that water." They were filling the water from the canal, so
that is cruel.
Yeah, don't be desperate for the water. Make sure you're getting it from the right people. But I was reading up a bit on the history of the marathon here as we see these athletes, of course, named after the Battle of Marathon in Greece, where a chap called Phepondipides went from Athens to Sparta, back to Athens again, and then they fought a battle at the Battle of Marathon. So he ran 150 miles from Athens to Sparta and back to Athens again, and then he ran 40 kilometers back from the Battle of Marathon. So he actually, over the course of a couple of days, he ran like maybe well over 200 miles. And really, what we're only seeing here is his cool down was the run back from the Battle of Marathon. Now, he did die at the end, and all he said was, "We have won," and then he died. That's how the story goes. But we're actually only running his cool down back from the Battle of Marathon, not the actual run itself. But there is an ultra marathon that runs all the way from Athens to Sparta and back to Athens again, 250 kilometers, I believe, which is quite a long distance.
Oh, well, I vote to keep the marathon distance as it is. We don't need it any longer. It's long enough. But these elite women here on the right of your screen, they've gone through 30k in 1:43.52, and there seems to be a bit of a change in the leaders as well.
Yes, certainly. We've still got Gladys Kemboy up there, and we did have Ebese Adonia. She's just there on the left hand side, just behind Gladys. And we also have Kenna Gurma there on the right hand side of your shot, just in that Nike white and green singlet. But the athlete in red here with the headband, we'll just get a closer order on her. She was sitting in behind that field the whole time, but she's made up a ground, must have made up maybe 50-60 meters there over the last couple of minutes since we last saw this shot. But these athletes are coming down towards Milltown now, down towards the drop-in well here, and that's a nice decline all the way down there, as our athlete from Ballinamore, AC, the Leitrim man, is making sure that he's getting on screen. He's making sure that he's obviously being paid. He's been paid by the camera shot, so he got himself on screen there for a few seconds. But
I actually think the opposite. I think he was trying to get off the screen. He was like, "I'm going to have to push the pace here to get off the screen."
Yeah, we'll see
Stay
him.
in the shot. We wouldn't mind talking about you for a little bit. You can help him out.
Yeah, maybe he might dive into the bushes here and get out of the way, but he's got himself off screen. Then maybe he wasn't playing to the crowd, but he's just making sure that these athletes are getting the. Maybe he wanted me to see who this athlete on the right here in the Adidas vest is, because she's got a very long name, so it's very hard for me to tell exactly who it is. But I'll try my best, Michelle, in a second as they come down here. It's going to be a nice flat section alongside the daughter here on their right, and then they'll start to make their way uphill then into Milltown and then into those into the latter sections of the race here.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting now with 4 in the lead group trying to get into the top 3 in the Irish Life Dublin Marathon. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the next half an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm going to take a shot on this one. I think that is Lillian Jepkorir Cheboy, the Kenyan athlete. She ran 2:25 in Duluth. I think that's in America somewhere. That's in my head. I feel like it's in Texas or Ohio or somewhere like that. But I could be talking absolute nonsense there. But I think it's somewhere in there. But she's ran 2:25, so I think that's her there, just on the right hand side of your screen. So I'll just clarify that for you momentarily there when my sight improves, which I'm sure it won't. But we still have Kemboy there, the Gladys Kemboy, the Kenyan athlete, with that half marathon PB of 68:52 from Belgium earlier this year. That 2:36 personal best is from 2015. So an athlete's obviously been, like all athletes, different stories. I'm sure she's plenty of stories of injuries and different efforts over the last couple of years, where she's not maybe running that well over the marathon, but running incredibly well over the half marathon. So it is confirmed to be Lillian Kepchir Cheboy, the Kenyan athlete, who's ran that 2:25 just on the right hand side of her shot there. That must be what font size is that on the what they call those things, numbers?
I know next year we'll have to look up the sponsors so we can tell the singlets with the names as well.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's much easier. Gurma there in the background. That's what we need. The one name, like Cher or Madonna. It should be going that way. But yeah, certainly career there has our kept career Chibai, the Kenyan athlete. She was a good bit off, maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, and she's made her way back up to this group. So these 4 athletes working together, and you can see there that athletes, as we said earlier, some athletes are going to struggle at different parts and maybe have a little bit of a difficult section, and they're coming up towards a difficult section here. Now there's a little bit of a sharp incline, and at this stage of the race, we talked about that sharp incline at the start of the race there, as Adonia goes to the front there up that sharp incline. The sharp incline we saw at the start at Christchurch, it's a similar length of an incline there, but now the athletes are using it to try and put paid to the other athletes' chances, and they're really making an effort here to go hard up that hill to drop athletes. And our athlete Chibai has already been dropped from that group again, so they'll obviously slow the pace there for a little.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that she's dropped again so quickly, but just judging by the way she got back on the pace, maybe her method is to take the hills a little bit easier and make it up on the flash or the downhill, so I wouldn't rule her out just yet. But looking at the elite men here on the left of the screen, they've gone through 35k in 1 hour, 46 minutes and 36 seconds. The Irishmen then, Dave McGlynn, Steve McGlynn seems to be the lead Irishman at the moment. He's gone through 35k in 1 hour 47:53. Ryan Creech 1 hour 48:34, and Paul O'Donnell 1 hour 48:43. So hopefully Hiko is okay.
Yeah, we'll just try and get an idea, and we might get a feeler out there and try and figure out whether or not how Hiko is doing at the moment, because judging by the times that we have that are coming in, that would suggest, all right, that Hiko may have dropped out or may have just not been picked up at the moment. But that'll be obviously not great news for Hiko if he has dropped out of the race. Obviously last year's winner, but it does give a shot there for McGlynn, who is really, really catching him and flying it. But we have McGlynn, Creech and O'Donnell all separated now, so could be an interesting last couple of miles for those boys.
Yeah, and I think Dave McGlynn is on for a huge PB there. They're 35k in, so there's not that much left to go. He seems to be pushing on the pace and going for a really good PB. And
we have the inside track on the Leo, like don't mind this elite fields, back to Leo the Lion. Leo the Lion allegedly is JJ O'Byrne, who was a very good athlete back in the day and is well capable of running 307. So that is incredible.
That is very funny. Go on, JJ.
Yeah, fair play.
From Wicklow, good crack. He loves to, he loves to dress up and bring the crack, and he's ran a lot of marathons himself, not as Leo the Lion. No,
well, he might have been. Well, how does he prepare for that, though? That's the question I'd ask. Is he going out and maybe, is he on the treadmill? He's unlikely to be running around his local area there, but is he on the treadmill as Leo the Lion? Is he getting on the bike, elliptical as Leo the Lion?
If it's the JJ O'Byrne I know, I wouldn't be surprised if he was running around his local area in his costume.
Just getting in, look, Dave McGlynn's gone to Fontremo. A lot of these athletes are training up in the Rift Valley and trying to prepare for different conditions. The lads all have their undershirts. Leo the Lion has to prepare as well, Yeah. But we have dropped Meccan in here. It is now going to be, it's Daniel Mesvin, the US athlete, on the right hand side of the screen with the bobble hat. And on the left hand side of the screen it is Manazat Sayam, the Ethiopian. So these two athletes are locked in it here, and Sayam did a lot of the leading early on from once we left kind of the Crumlin area. So Mesvin was sitting in behind, and we had this discussion as to whether or not it was he just sitting in behind to kind of not use the energy, or was he struggling. It looks like he was just sitting in behind to let Manazat Sayam take the pace.
And the league group seems to be down to 2, so obviously the further you go in marathon, the harder it can get, and the smaller the lead group gets.
Yeah, certainly. And these athletes, they're kind of in around the UCD area there now, so it's we're kind of getting to probably the most difficult section of the race for these athletes, and they'll be hitting a real long uphill now very, very shortly. But I suppose it's an area that we have a lot of straight roads along here and a lot of weather conditions, and you can see there even it's definitely still quite cold out there. We see the masses come through by the Castleknock area there, but these athletes are still rolling really nicely. But certainly for Siam, the kind of the pace has changed a little bit, the gait has changed. He was really kind of piston like in here, and whereas you can really see that it's starting to hurt him a little bit. The teeth are being gritted, and he's definitely starting to work a lot harder, whereas Mesvin looks full of running at this stage.
Yeah, that is true, but you never rule anybody out at this point. They both look good. Sometimes people can look very comfortable and suddenly they're gone, and vice versa. Somebody looks like they're struggling and they suddenly find something extra. But just when we're this close to the finish now, the race is actually on.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see that they're both looking. Mesfin's actually looking around at him to see what kind of shape he's in and how he's feeling. But both of these athletes were kind of struggling a little bit up that incline there. But as you said, they're now going to be trying to figure out, well, can I put in a surge here? Can I use this hill here? And you can see that the level of rain that was on the course earlier on, and that'll be spraying up into faces. That's why they're running alongside each other and they're not sitting in behind anymore. And maybe that's what the sunglasses were for, more than the sun itself.
Maybe I'd say he's done his homework. He knows what he wants to wear, what he's comfortable in, and I'd say he has no regrets. He could throw them off if he wanted, but he seems happy out there and he's absolutely flying. He
certainly is, yeah. And they come around by their kind of in the Roebuck section here, and they're heading up towards or heading just beyond UCD here. So we're really getting into the latter stages of this, and it's going to be a difficult. Obviously, we're kind of about 12 minutes left for these athletes, and how do they separate themselves here, and kind of mentally how do I prepare for putting that kind of surge in? And Siam or Mesfin, if they put that surge in and the other athlete can rally and hold on to it, do they have anything left? So you're into the latter stages of this boxing match here, and any punch that's thrown has a penalty to it.
I know, and the funny thing here is it almost looks like they're training partners in a really good session. They're so in sync with each other and in rhythm, just side by side. It looks like exactly what you would want in a training partner, and not somebody that you're about to have to absolutely race to the line with.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing. Like you can see there, Siam is looking at the watch, and when they're this closely locked together, that even little things like that, just little, a little smack of the elbows, a little look at the watch, or a little stumble, or a little moment, and then the other athlete could try and take advantage and try and kick on. So both athletes are trying to look as relaxed as possible and show the other athlete that I'm actually fine here. I have plenty of running left.
I know, yeah, he just had one quick look at the watch there, probably trying to see how many minutes approximately are left in this race to see what kind of effort can he sustain as he kind of sits in behind again. But going back to the lead Irish women, just to give everybody an update, they have gone through 30k. Eva Crean has gone through 30k in 1 hour 49:43, so she seems to have slightly dropped Amory McGlynn, who went through 30k in 1 hour 50:06. Nicola Sheridan then 1 hour 53:40. Megan Ryan 1:53:58. Caitlin Harvey 1:54:24, and Gladys Gagnon 1:54:52.
Yeah, and also we haven't seen any sign of Hiko come through at the moment, so you'd imagine if he hasn't come through yet that he has unfortunately dropped out. We'll get confirmation of that for you, but that it would be a pity that Hiko has dropped out if that is the case, because obviously he's a former winner of this race last year and former national record holder, so he was hoping to really have a big run today, but with the marathon, it can catch anyone on the day, and particularly the paces they're going at, things can go wrong in the day.
Yeah, exactly. And he was a late entry to Dublin Marathon. I think he potentially maybe had a few little niggles in the lead up, so it was great to see him toe the line, give it a great shot, come back and try to defend his Irish Life Dublin Marathon title. So hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, and you can see some of the kids there sprinting alongside, not for too long though. They can see the kind of pace that these athletes are moving at. Like if you were to go out now and try and run even a 5-minute mile, 1 5-minute mile is incredibly difficult. And at Christmas time, I'm sure plenty of people are out running on the track trying to get their mile time down. And these lads have put, are going to put 26 of them back to back at such an incredible pace. It's really outstanding running here from Mesfin and Siam.
Yeah, and it's great to see them literally step for step this far into the race. So they're putting on a great show for us spectators.
Yeah, certainly. Most of the time at this stage, you'd expect one athlete to have broken away from the field, but just goes to show the high quality of the athletes that we're managing to attract to Dublin these days, to the Irish Life Dublin Marathon. Like that, you can get athletes of this caliber that are running so well and racing so well as well, and working. They're probably still not necessarily working together, but not working against each other even at this stage. But at some point, someone's going to have to put their cards on the table and sprint away.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a great show for the rest of us.
Yeah, certainly. It could be similar to some of our World Championship marathons that we saw over the last, what would be maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago now, and athletes sprinting into the track at the end and battling all the way to the line. So even over 26 miles, we can still be only separated by a handful of seconds in the end. And Mesfin looks like he's trying to make an early surge here. With just over a mile and a half to go, that he's trying to put a bit of effort in there, and there a telltale sign there from Siam. He looked behind. He did look like he was struggling up that hill earlier. He looked behind to see who's in third. Have I got second place? Can I afford to be bankrupt at the end here and still retain my second place if I do try and go for the win? So that look is always it's a bit of a telltale sign that maybe Mesfin is the one that's has the legs.
Yeah, it does look like he's grimacing slightly, but he hasn't given an inch, so I wouldn't rule him out just yet.
No, you have to rule him out. You have to make a decision now. Who's going to win this from here? That's what we're all about. Hard decisions need to be made, and you can't be sitting on the fence there. You must be getting sore from sitting on that fence, Michelle. Make a decision here. I think Mesfin's going to win. Any man that has ran almost 26 miles with that bobble hat, I would suggest that bobble hat is uncomfortably warm, and he's still here running really well. And I would think, well, he's now struggling a little bit. Maybe this mention of it. Maybe he wasn't thinking about how warm it was until I mentioned it. But he's now sat in behind Siam, and Siam is making a bit of an effort to try and get to the finish here and try and break Mesfin. So that's what we're talking about, that kind of constant punch and counter punch that we're seeing from these two athletes near the end, and which one will break, who will put their cards on the table, and when we see the turn in the river in poker terms, will we see who's going to win this one, and who will it be between Siam and Mesfin? I'm going to call Mesfin, just because I'm sick of you and your fence sitting.
Well then, do you know what? I'll call Siam just to go opposite of you. But I think the interesting thing here is that they've clearly both done the work. They've put in the miles. They've got the fitness. And often in a marathon, it does come down to who's physically stronger at the end. But often as well, it's almost who is mentally prepared to hurt more.
I know, and I distracted you there. And we both got distracted by that water station there. Siam didn't go for the water, didn't go for the gel, and at this late stage, Mesfin may have made an error there. He grabbed a little bit of water, he grabbed the gel, and we'll see how that plays out. And it was a little bit of it almost came as a little bit of a shock to him that the water station was there, and these two men were lock-step together, and we now have a gap of about 15 metres, and that was an incredible... we've only got maybe a mile or so left, and Mesfin went for the gel, went for the water, and Siam has gone for the win.
I know, it's actually really interesting now because he lost that ground at the drink station, but I don't think he's actually given up on the win, so now he's actually got a target in sight to chase down. So I'm not entirely sure which position I'd rather be in right now.
I'm happy enough where I am right now. It's quite warm in here, and I feel quite, I'm quite recovered. Just to give you a little bit more, just because I know we're going to try and follow this as much as we can in the final couple of 100 meters. So the elite women, it still is Adunya and Gurma working together with Gladys Kamboy just behind. So they've gone through in 2:01:32 and then 20 seconds back to Kamboy. So we've got two athletes broken away there as we combine the RDS and the elite men's field. And Chibai and Baise are just another little bit behind that. So there's those two athletes together. That is Adunya on the right and Gurma on the left there, just behind that. The number 37 there. Of the kind of sub-elite men's field, so he's helping to pace them along as they're going there. So we do have the men's the men's field here on the left, and we fortunately have Mesfin has managed to work his way back up, and he's sitting behind Siam again. And it could be, as I said, it could work out in his favour here, that he's just it's easier for him to sit in behind him and just follow him all the way up there. We just come through Balls Bridge here, so we're really working our way towards the finish line there, and we're going to see the Pepper Canister Church will, I'm sure, come into shot very, very shortly for these athletes. Only a couple of minutes left, and who will it be here? Mesfin just behind Siam with only a little bit to go.
I know, it's very interesting. Both elite fields, both the men and women, the lead pack has been whittled down to 2, so we're almost guaranteed first and second here at this point. I better not speak too soon, but you would have to think so. More
fence sitting from you. This is done. It's going to be these two on the left and these two on the right, and nobody else has any bit of a hope whatsoever. Come on, Michelle, be definite. All right, it is in fact these two medals, first and second, locked together. Germa and Idonia on the right-hand side of our shot here, and they have a little bit more to go for them, probably about 20 minutes or so left for them, and maybe still on for that course record that we might see beaten today. That was set only just last year. But the left-hand side of our screen is that men's field, and we're really getting into the end of this now. And Mesfin, maybe that gel is maybe it's really coming, it's working for him already. He's starting to get his way to the front. Siam still looking at the clock, still looking at the watch, and just seeing how long is left. Can I make one final push for the finish here? But Mesfin just on the left there, he looks to be full of running. Siam's gritting those teeth. He's not smiling, he's grimacing.
No, but he's still fighting. They're still fighting all the way to the line, which is great to see.
Yeah, certainly. I know he looks like he's looking behind now. Yeah, it looks like Siam is done, and Mesfin is streaking away here. That gap is growing by the second there. It's gone to 10-15 meters already, and Siam is looking around again, and I think it's sayonara for Siam. He's done and dusted, and Mesfin, the American athlete, is pushing away as we get into the final stage of this. There must be only about a minute and a half left for these boys, 2 minutes tops, and they are both still flying. Siam is still running really, really well there, but he's done and dusted, and Mesfin, even after that, what seemed to be a moment of madness there only a few minutes ago, he's going to luckily maybe get away with that one and get up here for the win, and potentially a fairly big PB for him as well. He's run 2:10 back in 2018 in Toronto, so he's dressed for the weather in Toronto as well, I suspect, with the bobble hat, so it could be a massive PB for him here as well.
Yeah, and he looks really comfortable. He had a quick look behind him. I think he kind of knows the gap has been made, but sometimes when you know you're on for the win, you still find a little bit of extra energy to push the pace on into the finish line.
Yeah, and obviously both of these athletes are still looking at their watches and that kind of stuff as well, and making sure that they have an idea of what kind of pace they're on. So he'll know that he's got a really, really good shot and is well on for a massive PB here as well. So he'll be absolutely buzzing, and that kind of, he knows he is the race one now, and he knows he's on for a big PB. So that energy is flowing back into him here now, and maybe that gel was a great decision, and it's given him a little bit of energy here at the end. It might have just been struggling a little bit just at the end of that one. We're really getting into close to the finish here, and we're not going to get that the crazy battle that we thought we'd get between Siam and Mesfin, but they've really entertained us over the last couple of the last 2 hours. They've always been to the front of this field, and Mesfin here, the American athlete, hopefully going to smash his PB here as well as we get on towards we're on coming towards the canal there now and heading in the direction of Portobello, but we're going to be turning right now shortly and getting in towards Marion Square and up towards that Pepper Canister Church.
Yeah, and just before he hits the final few meters, an update on Dave McGlynn. He's gone through 40k in 2:03.53, and he's in 5th place overall, so he's absolutely flying on for a huge PB. Ryan Creech has gone through 40k in 2:04.38. He's in 6th overall, and Paul O'Donnell 2:05.09 in 8th overall.
Yeah, incredible running. And Dave McGlynn, remember, has that 2:15 personal best. I know his half marathon is of an even higher standard, but he's going to be looks to be running, will hopefully run around the 2:09, 2:10, which would be an incredible run from him. But all three of those Irish guys that are still there, running really, really well. And Ava Crane, 2:07.48, gone through 35k in the Irish women's field. So she's 7th overall, which is incredible running from the 19-year-old. And could we see a passing of the baton here from Anne-Marie McGlynn? We see passing towards the finish line here. It is our men's winner for 2025. It is Daniel Mesfin, the American athlete. He's taken the bobble hat off, so he technically didn't finish the full race with it, but he's gone all the way towards the line here. It's an incredible run from Daniel Mesfin, the Irish Life 2025 Dublin Marathon champion, and he has ran an incredible time. He's ran just 2:08.52, I think, just there as he crossed the line. So massive PB for him. An incredible run for the American athlete, and taking almost 2 minutes off his personal best. 2nd place then Siam crossing the line. An incredible run from him as well, and a massive PB for him as well. Nearly 4 minutes he's taken off his personal best from earlier this year. So absolutely incredible running from both the American and the Ethiopian athlete, and just goes to show the strength of marathoning here that we've managed to put on show for today, that both those athletes, huge PBs. Segai then crossing the line, the Swedish athlete, not a PB for him, but an incredible run, and his fastest time in 2 years as well. So he's ran at 2:09 in Hamburg, and he's ran 2:09 there again today. So incredible running from him. There's Mesfin, the Irish Life Dublin Marathon 2025 champion.
Yeah, it just goes to show as well, a lot of people travel out of the country to try and run a really good marathon time, but it just goes to show that these all here ran really, really fast. Some PBs, the Irish guys are on for huge PBs, so the support, the crowds, the course, everything at the Irish Life Dublin Marathon is actually conducive to some very fast times as well.
Yeah, I think when you look at the course profile, you might go, like, there's a few hills and that kind of stuff, and it's kind of undulating, but actually you can see by the strength of what Mesfin, Simon, Sagai have ran today that they're running incredibly quick times and quicker. You've got 2 PBs in our first and second placers there, and they'll have ran plenty of marathons and plenty of races around the world, and yet they've set their PBs in Dublin. And we're going to see all these Irish guys as well who've all ran in marathons all around the world, who are hopefully going to set massive PBs here now again today as well.
Yeah, David McGlynn should be coming in shortly. He went through 40k in 2:03.53, which would have him coming pretty soon. Yeah,
there he is. Yeah, he's coming from 5th place, and that's 4th placer here is Tessomi Mekinen, who's just going to be outside his personal best, but it's going to be a massive personal best for 5th place here. Around 4 minutes of a personal best for David McGlynn, the Waterford man. Incredible running there. I think just under the 2:11 mark, which is like 4 minutes is incredible time to lop off your personal best when we're operating at this elite level.
No, it's absolutely unbelievable. He paced that to perfection. He's put in the miles. He's been training at altitude. He showed up in Charleville, ran an unbelievable time, and on a tough weather day came here, ran a huge PB, and I'd say he's been inspired by his previous teammates of Darren McElhenney, who ran really, really well at the World Champs as well. So unbelievable performance. Incredible
from David McGlynn, and not only a 4-minute personal best and 5th place overall, but he's also won the Irish Life Dublin Marathon, the national title. And Ryan Creech coming up for 2nd place there, 2:11.46 for Ryan Creech, which should be a personal best for him as well. And he must be wondering how many personal bests he's going to get his silver medal again for Ryan Creech. But an incredible run. I'm sure he'll be delighted with the personal best, and delighted for David McGlynn as well to have won that national title. And I'm sure Ryan Creech will eventually get that national title over the marathon. He's been so consistent. But McGlynn, what a run today to have knocked 4 minutes off your personal best. Paul O'Donnell then coming in just behind him. He's probably in around, can't see it on screen there, but around 2:12 as well. So to have 3 Irish athletes between 2:10 and 2:12, incredible.
It's so good. The standard of marathon running on the Irish men at the moment is actually unbelievable, and it's great to see. And it's also great to see them show up in Dublin to the Irish Life Dublin Marathon, fight for the national title, and to all 3 of them. Did they run all 3? Did Paul run a PB? I think all 3.
Paul has ran 2:10 though, so he was outside his personal best, but
still a great performance. 3 unbelievable performances, and they did it in Dublin in front of an Irish crowd, and it's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you think that we've got the first 3 here in the national championships, you've got David McGlynn there, centre your shot, Ryan Creech to your right, 2 PBs for those guys, Paul O'Donnell on the left, the DSD athlete just outside of his personal best. But you've got those 3. You had Hiko in this race. You have Peter Lynch, who set an Irish record this year, and you've got Fergal Curtin, who ran 2:07 and set the Irish record a few weeks back. So you've got 6 marathoners between 2:07 and 2:11 there, which is outrageous.
It's absolutely outrageous. And the other thing worth noting is they're racing against a lot of professional athletes here. None of those 3 athletes are professionals. They're fully amateur. They're absolutely grinding, just putting in miles after miles. They're very low-key. I don't think any of them has a very big social media profile, so maybe go follow them, give them a bit of support, follow how the kind of training they're doing. If you are a good business, maybe give them a little financial support. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. But it is amazing to see them just actually put in that work, probably on the side of some full-time jobs as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I suppose that just shows the measure of how talented they are and how hard they're working, that they've managed to run at such an elite level. You see the likes of Hilary Kipsamba there; they were ahead of him. He's ran 2:04 in the Paris Marathon, so like they're amongst some of the world's best there, and running so well and setting PBs as well. And as you said, even in a situation where they're maybe not able to dedicate all of their time to it, as much as some of the pro athletes we're seeing on screen here. So you have Adunya and Gurma here at the front of this women's field. So these 2 athletes have been there from the very, very start. They've dropped Gladys Kemboi, the Kenyan athlete, and they've dropped Caroline Giroto Chazir, They've dropped a whole range of athletes. Chibai is gone as well. She's gone to the wayside. She's about a minute and a half behind these athletes. And Basaya, the 3-time major marathon winner, has also been dropped by these two athletes. So they're well at the front of this field. And they're, I think at the moment, we reckon they're about a minute or so behind the third placer. So really powering to the front here. Gurma there just in second place. And Adonia, who's running her debut marathon there, just at the very front. So Gurma has a little bit more experience. She's already ran a marathon even just this year. She ran 2:32 in Lens earlier this year in France. So she's got a little bit more experience, but not necessarily. The experience doesn't always equal expertise, as I like to say. So we might see Adonia, who's the first ever marathon. We could see her running an incredible time here today, potentially breaking the course record. They just moved ahead of Colin Griffin there, just on the left-hand side of your shot as well, who's an Olympic marathoner, or not marathoner, race walker in his time. Very good marathoner as well. And
he works with a lot of the elite athletes as a physio.
He certainly does, and I'm sure some of these might need a little bit of physiotherapy after this race, because it's 26 miles is incredibly difficult running it. No matter what the level and how fast you're running it, it's still an incredible achievement to run it and finish it, and at the pace that these ladies are running at, even more so. So we could see a similar situation here we had as we had in the men's race between our eventual winner, Daniel Mesfin, and our second placer, Malazat Sayam. They battled together until they got to that water station. Then we thought it was done and dusted for Mesfin, but he fought his way back and then powered to the finish, probably full of adrenaline from his mild error. But these two athletes are locked in a very similar situation here, where they're working together. Gurma just sitting in behind here. Both Nike athletes here. You can see the white and green vests that they have on, and they're both working together here. And kind of rolling nicely at the moment, but we saw earlier that the area in around UCD really put them under a little bit of pressure. So we see here they're moving nicely. There's the guts of maybe 7-8 minutes left for these athletes. So it's good running at the moment, but we're getting really into kind of the mix of the difficult part, where we're going to see someone trying to kick away here. We're moving nicely down to the course, and it's a little bit of a downhill section here, but when we get onto that flat section again, I'm sure we'll see a little bit of surge here. Garma looks like she's full of running, but she certainly hasn't dropped it Adonia at this stage.
Yeah, and just remember the course record from last year was 2:24.13, so it'll be interesting to see if they can get under that today.
Yeah, certainly. We've got the official times there for our men's field as well. So Dave McGlynn 2:11.01, which is a massive personal best. Ryan Creech just out. Has also smashed his personal best. He ran 2:11.42. His personal best previous to today was 2:12.28, and Paul Donald with that 2:12.11. Which is outside his personal best, but an incredibly good run, and third overall as well. So incredible running, in fairness, across the board there from all of the Irish men's marathoners. But these two athletes locked again, the two of them, Gurma and Adonia. They've been locked together for the guts of 6-7 miles there. When we had in Milltown, we had quite a number of athletes still involved. We saw Adonia make a serious burst up the hill there, just beyond the coffee shop Wild and Green on the left. She made a serious burst there to try and break the field. So she's obviously full of running and full of gusto today. But Gurma on the left hand side of her shot there still looks like she's got plenty left to bring over these final miles.
Yeah, it looks like a really good race anyway. They're step for step. There's nothing between them, and they both look really comfortable. So it'll be interesting to see who decides to make a move and when. Yeah, and
we just went by the British Embassy there, so you can see that when we see that, we're very, very close to the end of this race. And these athletes will be just similar to the men there. They'll be starting to think about when am I actually going to throw that final uppercut to try and finish the race? Will it be a sprint finish? And I don't think at this stage nobody really wants to have that sprint finish. You almost want to try and break the person a little bit earlier than that. Can I break the person and make sure that I can enjoy the last couple of 100 metres? So they'll both be attempted at. There's the water station that caused such problems earlier on for the eventual winner, Mesfin, but we haven't had as many issues today. But we did a decision there from Gurma to get that gel in, so it worked for Mesfin earlier. Will it work for Gurma today? And will she be able to fly by Adonia there? Adonia's still looking around. They're almost kind of chatting here as they come up into this final miles. they're sharing a bit of water, so could in fact be training mates. They're both Ethiopian athletes, so every chance that they're training together, sharing the water here. So will they share the prize money at the end, Michelle? That's the question.
I know they seem to have a great kind of teamwork ethic in Ethiopia in general. Even at the track world champs and stuff, when one wins a medal, they often seem to kind of celebrate together. So they're obviously...
Yeah, they work well together. A lot of them are training together in the national camps and that kind of stuff as well, and obviously travelling together as well. So I'm sure reasonably good friends, although we'll see how friendly they are in the last couple of 100 metres. But Garma does look like she's gritting her teeth a little bit more as we come by the RDS there. So not long to go now for these two athletes, and that friendly rivalry I'm sure we'll see over the last couple of 100 metres. But I don't know, to me anyway, it looks like she's a little bit more comfortable than Garma, just on the right hand side of your shot, but hasn't ran a marathon before. So even in this last couple of 100 metres, we could see maybe a little bit, or last mile or so, we could see a little bit of a struggle here. Garma definitely the more experienced athlete.
Yeah, and Adonia does seem to be the one who was pushing the pace for most of it. When anybody was pushing it, she did seem to be the one pushing it, but they're very much step for step here. They went to 40k in 2:19.08, so they're on track for 2:26 pace. So potentially, unless they really, really, really put in a huge surge here, the course record might not be as achievable as it looked like at halfway. Yeah,
and I suppose we were kind of looking at personal best and that kind of stuff. A lot of the personal bests were in around that kind of 2:24, which is close to the course record. So always potential for a course record to be broken here in Dublin, but every year that it gets a little bit faster, it makes it more difficult. So these athletes would have been very much on the top end of what they're capable of at the moment. So you're looking for a breakthrough, and still a 2:26 is not to be sniffed at in any way, shape or form. And as I said, these athletes were flying at early doors, which might have just put paid to their chances a little bit of breaking that course record. But still, they'll be battling it out for the win here. These two athletes still locked together, Garma and Idunya, as we come by the American Embassy there. So we're really getting into the thick of it here, and into the weeds here at the last part of this race. So you said Idunya was the one pushing the pace, and she's doing it again. She's moved just in front of Garma there, and Garma has moved off to the right hand side. So the two athletes are, I suppose, really trying to stay in the rhythm of their own running at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I just saw Sean Tobin from Clonmel AC crossing the finish line there. So that was his debut marathon. He's had a lot of injuries in the last few years, so it's great to see him make the start line, make the finish. He did actually run the Antarctic Ice Marathon a couple of years ago, and he set the world record there, which was subsequently broken by Willie Mansell, who's also on the start line here today. We haven't heard much from him today, but he had a great run here last year, so it'll be interesting to see how he fares as well.
Yeah, keeping the Antarctic Ice Marathon, keeping it within the Clonmel AC family. So anyone else from Clonmel want to step up for next year, that'd be incredible. So I know that was an incredible experience for Sean, and what a way to make your debut marathon as well. One story to tell the grandkids, I suppose, a bit of a mad one, but he's won the national indoor 3K title this year. So an athlete, a very talented athlete, and I'm sure we'll see more from him in future. Garma and Adonia still locked in together as we get into the final mile here. So the kind of the celebratory section, the purple section here, as we see athletes starting to cross the line. But we'll see Garma and Adonia coming around the corner very shortly. That's John Travers just crossing the line there.
Yeah, just interesting fact about John Travers and Sean Tobin. Both of them have medalled over the 1,500 metres on the track. They've had some really, really great races over 1,500, so it's great to see them move up the distances, and it shows just a lot of range.
Yeah, absolutely, and it shows as time goes on that athletes can go from being really, really good on the track and still going off and running so well over the marathon there. So those athletes coming around that kind of 2:23 mark there. So some really, really good fields here, and even kind of beyond the elite field, you still have a lot of really good club athletes running anything from low 220s all the way into the 230s. So some good results all the way down to the field. We have Jamie Fallon from Crawwell running 2:19.37, Jake O'Regan 2:20.42. That run from Sean Tobin 2:21.40. So really, really good runs even beyond the kind of the top three boys there from the Irish side.
Yeah, definitely. And in fourth and fifth, Willie Mansell, who we said we didn't hear much about, and we didn't see him on the screen, but he actually was in great shape here again. He was back and came fourth in 2:17.51, followed by Michael Fox from Armagh AC in 2:19.03.
Yeah, so even I suppose in the kind of outside of that top three and Hiko and as we mentioned our the likes of Fergal Curtin and Peter Lynch, we still have like some incredibly strong depth there. With so many guys running under 222 there on the men's side. So trying to run in around the 225, 226 margin here with Germa and Adonia coming into the final sections here, and the really starting. Adonia is really trying to put the pressure on Germa and really hoping to break her before we get him. We're turning onto the canal here. We're moving towards Portobello from here, and we're going to be taking that long right hander into towards Marion Square. But these two athletes, Adonia has moved away from Germa. We thought she'd have the strength. She did look full of running, and Germa looked to be struggling a little bit more. So she's decided that she wants to enjoy that last 100 metres, and she's going to break Germa now.
She does. She looks very strong and very comfortable as well. It's hard to see Germa coming back at her from here.
Yeah, certainly. Germa looks to be done here, and they're going to turn that corner now, and they'll be really coming into the finish now very, very shortly. And delighted for Adonia there, that debut marathon, and she's going to get up for the win, and an incredible time as well, looking to be in around that kind of 226 margin. So only 300 metres to go there when we lost that camera shot there. We're going to drop that, and we'll see the finish here now. So we should see Adonia coming into the last 100 metres or so here, and she'll be getting all the kudos from the crowd and all the celebrations there. You can see her there. She's really made that gap on Germa over the last couple hundred metres. She's getting onto the purple carpet here and going to get up to get over the line. Can she break 2:27 here to win this Irish Life Dublin Marathon? It'll be very, very tight, but she's working her way all the way to the finish, really still full of running in her debut marathon. So an incredible run from Ebese Adonia, the Ethiopian athlete. So 2:26.28 I got there, and Germa crossing the line then in second place. So those athletes will be delighted with the first and second place there in the Irish Life Dublin Marathon 2025 champion Ebese Adonia.
I know, and it's really good to see such a good race. There's only about 2 or 3 seconds between them in the difference, so they raced pretty much all the way to the line. And we've just got an update there that Ava Crean has passed through 40k in 2:26.20, and she's in 7th place overall.
Yeah, so a really good run there, and we'll try and get an update on how Anne-Marie McGlynn is getting on as well, so we can see whether there'll be a battle between those two athletes. I'm sure they were together the whole way earlier in the race. The two Irish elite field athletes. I think that's Baisa there coming in. Adetse Baisa, the 3-time major marathon winner. We potentially, yes, it is in fact her. Yeah, so she's ran 2:22 in Chicago in 2012. We mentioned her at the start. She's an Ethiopian athlete as well, and we mentioned that she was holding back a little bit and kind of dropped by that group early on, but she obviously had the experience to get up there and get into that third place, and not likely to get up for the win in that one, but still running 2:27 or so, which is incredible running from Adetse Baisa, the Ethiopian athlete. So really, really positive run from her.
So I've just got a very interesting text from a friend in Cork here. He said the guy in the yellow singlet who was running with the elite women, the lead women, is John Kinsella, who's coaching Ava Crean. So that is a very interesting fun fact. Obviously very fit himself, and he's doing a great job coaching Ava as well. Yes,
I actually saw the Back to Boston singlet as we see the three winners, or three athletes here. Right in the centre of the shot is the former Boston Marathon winner 2016. That's Adetse Baisa, the third placer today. Germa in second on the right hand side of your shot with second place, and Idonia on the left in her debut marathon, get up for the win. She now moved to the centre. They've figured that one out, first, second and third, and it's all three from Ethiopia. But yes, I saw the Back to Boston. That's John Kinsella's club, where he gets athletes from the local area and trying to get them to get the Boston Marathon time and then get back to Boston again, and to kind of keep running and keep going. So good to see him there. I'm sure he'll probably just go home now. He won't even watch Ava finish. He'll say, I'm done now. Yeah, that's me done. Elite athlete, off he pops. But that's very, very good running from him, in fairness, and I'm sure he'll be more invested in Ava's time even than in his own.
Yeah, and I'd say he'll be delighted to hear, because Ava's gone through 40k in 2:26.20, with Anne-Marie going through in 2:28.01. So it looks like Ava has dropped Anne-Marie a little bit here and is now kind of on her own, leading the Irish women in the Irish Life Dublin Marathon.
Absolutely, and Ava Crean there, the 19-year-old, we said that she had high potential and she was going to potentially run a massive personal best, and she's well on for that at the moment, and it'll be an incredible run from her. She's still full of running, looking at the watch. She doesn't seem to be in any way phased by today, and Anne-Marie McGlynn was looking for her third national title, and I'm sure she'll be delighted even with her run today, but would have been hoping to battle Ava all the way to the line. But it looks from where we are now at 40k, not long to go for Ava Crane. She's up in 7th place overall as well, so could be an incredible run from the 19-year-old, and could be an incredible star for the future as well if it keeps going the way she's going.
Yeah, definitely. I think she didn't even have a coach before she ran her first 2 marathons, so John Kinsella has only picked her up after her second marathon in Limerick, and he's obviously done great work with her. I think he's introduced like an interval session, maybe a bit of structure on the training, which is obviously paying off really well here today.
Yeah, and as we said, we kind of mentioned it throughout the race, and we saw her on screen to say like that. I suppose when you kind of that young and kind of new to the sport, that you're an unknown quantity, and well, most of the time you could see someone coming in with that 2:43 personal best earlier this year. You'd think, well, they're not going to take that much time off it, but when you're that young and that kind of raw, that's you're always going to have a potential to make a huge inroads into her personal best. So we could see a massive run from here today. We could see more than 10 minutes been taken off her personal best, which would be at this elite end is incredible.
Yeah, definitely, and we all know that hard work beats talent, but also you can't do it without a bit of talent, and she definitely has something. She looks unbelievably strong coming in here towards the last few kilometres, and she just looks really good. She's unfazed. I think she obviously has really good rhythm, because you could often be a bit put off if you see the time and you realise you're running so much faster than yourself. Like, she ran so much faster to halfway than what she would have gone to in her other marathons. So to be unbothered and unfazed and just pushing on, she knew she had it in her, and she's obviously paced herself really well here. Yeah,
and I suppose you see even how comfortable she looks at this stage. She's, I suppose, you're kind of buoyed by the fact that you're leading the Irish race here as well, and the crowd is obviously going wild on this these final sections as well. So she's going to be kind of carried to the finish by them, but she looks like she's only gone through 10k at this stage. The way she's running, she's full of running and full of life. There doesn't seem any real strain on her face at this point. So incredible running here from Ava Crane, and she's well on her way to winning the national title here. Anne-Marie McGlynn still in second place as well, so we'll hopefully get herself closer and closer to Ava Crane by the finish, but incredible running from both athletes.
Yeah, and just a quick update on Nicola Sheridan, who is the third Irish woman at the moment. She's gone through 40k in 2:31:39. So I'm trying to do the maths here on whether she's on for a PB, but I feel like she probably is. PB of 2:43:31 from Valencia in December 2024, and she's just gone through 40k in 2:31:39.
Yeah, I'm not very good at maths either, Michelle. Like, it's not our strong point. We're both PE teachers, for God's sake. It's hard enough even reading the numbers, but I think she should be thereabouts. Only 2 kilometres and a bit for her left, so you would be hoping that she's just on inside that personal best.
I think so. It gives her over 10 minutes to run 2k. So yeah, I'm going to say I'm backing off the fence. Yeah. Nicola Sheridan for a PB here.
I was going to say, you're getting very brave now that we're nearly finished,
You never know what will happen in the last 2k, but we won't jinx her. I'm calling it a PB for Nicola Sheridan.
We're going to start calling you asterisks. You have to say everything, but then, but I have to say, just in case, Ava Crane starting to wave to the crowd there, and she's coming in with 300 metres left and going absolutely wild there, and she's obviously at this stage giving herself the moment to savour to winning this national title here. A 19-year-old winning the national title, incredible run, and it's going to be an incredible personal best here. But she's gone onto the purple carpet now, and she's going to be flying towards the finish. You see some of the men's runners coming through here as well, and we'll hopefully get a shot here of Ava Crane crossing the line very shortly. But an incredible run from a 19-year-old all the way from Limerick. Does her training around Mungret there in Limerick, where you ran many a mile yourself, I'm sure, Michelle, and going to be crossing the line very, very shortly. An incredible run from the 19-year-old. You see her there just on the left-hand side of your shot. An incredible run, massive PB here. We're looking probably in around, just under 9 minutes, or 9 minutes so personal best for Ava Crane there. Wins that national title in the Dublin Marathon 2025, Irish Life Dublin Marathon. Gets the Irish flag thrown her back there, and delighted to win that, coached by John Kinsella there, and an incredible run from such a young athlete.
She should be delighted. That was unbelievable. That was so good, and definitely somebody to, I would say, look out for in the future, but she's actually somebody to look out for right now. Yeah,
like 234, like we're talking about athletes. If she can keep going the way she's going there at the back to Boston Running Club, if she can get in under that 230, like we're a lot of the field there that is running in this race. Like she was 7th there overall. So there's John Kinsella there now coming up, giving her a big hug and say congratulations. Like that's a field. All the Ethiopian, Kenyan athletes are in around that kind of 228 margin, 224 to 228. So she's getting closer and closer to that. And at this current rate, that's an incredible running there from her.
Yeah, definitely. And just a quick update then as well on Megan Ryan, 2:32.24 through 40k. So she's also on track for a great time. Some kind person has done the maths for us on Nicola Sheridan. She's on for 2:39 pace if she can hold the pace that she's currently running at. And then Caitlin Harvey has gone through 40k in 2:33.03.
Yeah, incredible running from all those athletes. And as I said, this is like to be running in around the 2:30 for the marathon for anyone is incredible running, but to be running it in Dublin and running it on a day like today, it's incredible running. And you can see there even some of that elite field starting to come in now, and to see the likes of Ava Crane ahead of that and all the rest of our Irish women coming in around that, like it shows the strength of Irish women's marathon at the moment as well.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully the women will be a bit inspired by the men, because the depth of Irish men's marathon running at the moment, it's unbelievable. And obviously Ava Crane there being so young, has the potential to push on the Irish women as well. And also I would be interested to see a marathon from Niamh Allen, who is Leave LAC, but she seems to be absolutely flying over the half and the 10k. So it'll be interesting to see if she will run a debut marathon soon too and push the women's standard up like the men's.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose if Ava Crane has the length of a career that Fionnuala McCormick has, we could be here at the 2050 marathon talking about Ava Crane winning her 15th Dublin marathon. So incredible run from her, the 19-year-old, and I'm sure we'll see Anne-Marie McGlynn here, there she is just behind the camera there. So Anne-Marie McGlynn up for 2nd place there, still in good spirits as she often is, and delighted for her as well. She's won the last 2 Dublin marathons, and you can see her today getting a good hug there from Sinead Galvin, who's our boss and a lovely person, and we'll hope to be back again next year. And
she's giving us a lot of good information here when we can't do maths or think of somebody's name on the spot. But Anne-Marie ran there 2:36.24 for a 2nd Irish woman home and 8th overall, which is unbelievable. I think a really good sign of a good athlete is you're not afraid to win, which she has done 2 years in a row, and you're also not afraid to lose. So she shows up, she's on the line, she took on Ava Crane. She did a lot of the steady pacing early on, and she is rewarded with a 2nd place finish here.
Yeah, an incredible run, and I suppose just to show like her consistency and her quality as well. And big hug there for Ava Crane. And you can imagine, even I'm sure Anne-Marie McGlynn is a little bit disappointed today and not to have won the race, but I'm sure even she can see that a 19-year-old getting up there for the marathon title is incredible, and she'll be delighted with that. And I suppose no matter what stage of your career you're at, when you see someone doing something like that, there's a buzz around the place about it. So Anne-Marie McGlynn, incredible run from her there, and as well as Ava Crane. So we'll see the 3rd place finisher crossing the line shortly. That's Brie Golan there. He was the head of AI at the moment, so Athletics Ireland. So incredible athletics aficionados around the place as well.
Yeah, of course. And I think as well, you forget sometimes just the amount of support that is on the course in Dublin. It definitely carries these athletes through, because there's so much support everywhere. Like I was on the course a few years ago, and it's hard to cross over because the supporters, there's so many supporters, the noise is a lot, the atmosphere is brilliant, and it really just helps people to run a bit faster when the volunteers and the supporters are so good as well.
Yeah, it isn't nicknamed the friendly marathon for no reason. It's a marathon where we see such incredible support, and even more so as there's Kevin Wilmot from Bandit I see as well, just crossed the line, and I suppose it's the level of support that's on the course for the elite and the masses as well. We're going to have an interview now very shortly, so we're going to pass you over to Lauren Tinkler, and it's going to be coming in 2 minutes. So I went too early there. I would have gone up the Crumlin Road, and I still had 12 miles to go at that stage. So yeah, you got to pace yourself.
In the meantime, though, Nicola Sheridan should be coming in very soon with a PB.
Yes, potentially, judging by your maths. Yeah.
Off the fence.
So, well, look, we're hoping that she gets the PB, not only for Nicola Sheridan's sake, but for your sake, Michelle, as well. After, the one time you get off the fence, you wouldn't want it to blow back in your face here.
Well, her PB is 2:43.31, so here she is. Yeah, absolutely smashed it.
There you go. And she smashed the PB as well. So fair play to Nicola Sheridan crossing the line there, the Bormey and AC athlete. An incredible run from her as well, and great to see her run a PB like her previous PB only back in Valencia, as you said, in December last year. So obviously improving with every single run that she's doing. It's incredible running.
And I wonder if Paul O'Donnell of DSDAC, who was third here, is waiting for his teammate Megan Ryan, who should be coming in shortly as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's Ava Crane, as we know, was 6th overall, McGlynn 8th overall, and I think Sheridan was the 10th runner overall, if my calculations are correct as they're coming through. So really, really good running there across the board. And we keep talking about the depth of Irish marathon and depth of Irish athletics in general. I think that's always the case. The more people that are running really good times, then you get the real stars to kind of shoot forward then and run incredible times. So a rising tide lifts all boats, and these athletes are the more. As the Rainy athlete, absolutely, he's trying to he's taking the equipment apart already. We got to leave it up for everyone else, mate. Take your time. But he's obviously buzzing with a personal best there. So you can see all these athletes crossing the line and delighted not only to finish, but to finish in incredible times here, to be running 2:40 for the marathon. I know we were talking about our 2:07, our 2:08 earlier, but this is still very good running and for all of these athletes.
It's Caitlin Harvey finishing in there in 2:41.26, 27 maybe.
Yeah, which would be a personal best as well, beating her personal best from last year of 2:42.03 set here at the Irish Life at Dublin Marathon, the 2024 edition. And
she also this year won the Irish Life Dublin Half Marathon. I think she had a good few injuries during the year, so to come back and win that half marathon and come fourth here is really, really good result, really good comeback.
Incredible running. We're going to be passing over to some interviews shortly, so I suppose we get an idea here of your kind of highlight of the day, Michelle. I'll come back to you in a minute. I'll give you a minute because you looked a little bit that I was coming to you too early on that one. So, but we'll have a think about that one, and we'll come back to you. You got to get off the fence on it though. No offense sitting there. One answer. But so I suppose we'll look through our men's and women's winners here overall. So Daniel Mesfin with that late water station issue, but managed to get himself over the line and in the end won well from Manazat Siam, the Ethiopian. So the American over the Ethiopian on the men's side. On the women's side then, we had the debut marathon win for Adonia, the Ethiopian athlete, and she managed to get an Ethiopian 1, 2 and 3. Gurma was second, and Baisa, the three-time major marathon winner, getting up for third place with that experience. Then on the men's side, the Irish men's side, we had an incredible run, massive PB for David McGlynn, and he was absolutely joyous crossing that line. Ryan Creech getting up for another silver medal, but a massive PB as well. And Paul O'Donnell then in third place, just outside his PB with another great run. And on the women's side then, of course, the 19-year-old Ava Crane with that big win. In second place then Anne-Marie McGlynn, following up her 2 titles over the last 2 years with a second place finish today. And then in third place then, in the Irish race, Nicola Sheridan getting up for that massive PB as well. So your highlight of the day, Michelle?
I'm absolutely on the fence. I'm sorry, but I'm on the fence. Dave McGlynn, that was such a good run. He paced it to perfection. He ran a huge PB. It was unbelievable. I just think he ran the Irish races this year. He ran the Charleville Half Marathon, won that easy. Ran the Dublin Marathon, huge PB, has been putting in the work, just so under the radar, as all of them actually have been so under the radar, just clocking off the miles quietly. And I mean, that is huge for me, but then it's very hard to look past Ava Crane, a 19-year-old, winning in a 2:34. It's just that's unbelievable. It's like she gets better and better and better every single run. And yeah, so I'm going to sit on the fence.
Well, look, you're consistent. Okay, we'll give you that much. No, well, I suppose the final thing we're going to end on now before we send you off to a few interviews here with some of our race winners. Ava Crane, 3-4 years ago never ran at all, and now she's won the Irish Life Dublin Marathon. 2 years ago never ran a marathon, and now she's the national champion. So there are runners out there, and just make sure lace up your shoes. You've got a year to prepare now for next year's Dublin Marathon, and get involved in the race series and get out and get running. And we hope you've enjoyed the Irish Life Dublin Marathon. Bye from myself, Ron Duggan. Bye from Michelle Finn as well. And we're going to pass you over to the interviews with Lauren Tinkler.
Amazing. I still can't believe it. From the get-go, when we took off the third kilometre, I remember I was like, oh, how am I supposed to keep this pace? and I was kind of getting cramps here and there, but I kept pushing. One was going at one side and then another one was coming, and then I remember there was 10 kilometers to go. My legs were seized up. I never felt so much lactate in my legs before, but I just kept pushing, and the guys on the course and the crowds here were amazing. They were saying, let's go, keep going and hold on, and that's what I did.
And what was it like having Anne-Marie during the race, you know, like maybe pushing each other throughout the entire race is what it looked like?
Yeah, I was staying with her. Well, we were kind of staying together. We were going out at the same paces. And I just remember when I first did my marathons and I was looking up like Dublin, who won Dublin, and I saw Anne-Marie and she did 2:34. She won it 2 years in a row, and when I saw that time, I was like, oh my God. When I saw it back then, I was like, oh my God, like what? That's amazing. And then I was listening to her and the story that she missed out at the Olympics by 4 seconds, and she kept running, and she's still running at 45 or something, and I was like, I want to be like that. Like, that's amazing.
And speaking of age, you're so young yourself, 19. So tell us, like, what brought you into becoming a marathon runner, and now you're so successful at it?
I first started taking up running in COVID, and I first started on the treadmill because I didn't want to go outside running because I was embarrassed, because I couldn't even run really that far without stopping. It was like 500 meters and then stop. And then I remember I did my first 5k outside and I didn't stop, and I was like, oh my God, I didn't stop, and I did it in like 25 minutes, and I was so happy. And then I just kept going. I just stayed consistent with it, and I did it really for fitness at this time because of COVID, and I was playing basketball. But then it was the thing that just was consistent part of my day. I was getting out for my run, I was enjoying it, it was my time, and the distance kind of kept gradually increasing as I kept running. And then I remember I signed up for Manchester Marathon in September last year, and I did it in April, and I was going for sub 3 hours, and but then I was like, okay, maybe I won't do sub 3, I'll go for 3:15, because I was getting scared and I was doubting myself. And then I remember just running and I was enjoying myself. Once you enjoy it, that's the whole reason why we run. And I remember finishing that race and I did 2:49, and I was off. I was on cloud 9. I couldn't believe it, and I just enjoyed I just enjoy running. Just get out. You can just say you're going to go out for 5 minutes, and once you start for 5 minutes, you can stop when you want. But just the hardest part is getting out the door.
Amazing. And tell us about your training leading into this. You've obviously got a coach that you're working with, and have you got any training partners that you work with as well?
No, I don't have any training partners. He is my training partner. On his work breaks, because he works near where I live, so like 2 kilometers away. And on his work breaks, I'll just go up to him, we'll do like a session. And before I met him, I didn't do any interval sessions, I didn't do any training, I was just going out for a run. The distance was what I was really just completing. I wasn't doing any speeds or anything. And I remember him showing me all these paces and stuff. I was getting really nervous. I was like, there's no way, there's no hope in hell I'm going to be able to hold that. And then he just gradually increased my training, like would add 1 session in a week, and then now it's 2 sessions in the week, and that was kind of it. All the other trainings were just easy, enjoying it. That's the whole point.
Wow. And even I heard that you've done 2 marathons within the space of a week, wasn't that right? So tell us about that.
I don't recommend, but I did Manchester, and my mum wasn't over there, and my mum really wanted to see me run a race. And then so I also signed up for Limerick, but I was actually going to get my ticket away because I was like, I'll have a marathon done, I don't know how I'll be feeling. And I remember going into Limerick, I was like, I'm going to take it easy. I did the marathon. But when you're on the start line, you see all these guys that are like tall and slim, and they're going to go out really fast, and everyone, the crowds are cheering. You just can't hold yourself back, really. So I kind of just went all out.
Well, it's fantastic and great to chat to you. Thank you so much for your time, and a huge congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
It's great to see you out there, and every time we get to see you run, it's a privilege.
Yeah,
How was it anyway?
it was tough. First of all, I just want to say well done to Ava. You know, I've said in my video with the Irish Life Dublin Marathon that I want to see young girls come up, and she showed up today and she was full of running. I had a 111 in my number today, and my wee girl said, "That's for you, Mummy, to go and win," but deep down I knew it was for me to finish today because I've had a tough 6 weeks, and getting on that start line for me was winning. I don't want to make excuses, but I just wasn't myself today. And on a day like that, national champs, the Irish Life Dublin Marathon, you need to be at your best to take it home, and I wasn't. I tore my hamstring 6 weeks ago, a grade 2 tear, and obviously you keep it quiet. You know, the few people knew that we needed to know. Colin Griffin got me on that start line, honestly. My husband Trev and my coach Emmett, and we knew it was going to be hard. We lost Trev's granny on Friday, and I just wanted to do it for her, but I know I did because I finished, and I did it for her today. So I'm on the podium for Margaret, and that's all that matters, honestly. I'm not sad because I didn't get 3 in a row, honestly, I'm not, because that was going to be a tough one anyway, and I had Ava's cards marked, let me tell you. So yeah, look, it's kind of bittersweet. Yeah, look, I love it. I really love it. And that's why I worked hard for 6 weeks to toe the line, to be honest. If it was any other marathon, I would have just laid down and thought, no, just leave it. But I had to do it, you know. And I lied to so many people for 6 weeks because I told them my training was going great.
Look, it's such an inspiration to see you on that start line, and such an achievement to be there as well. Yeah. And you know, you inspire us every time we get to see you out there on that field.
And that's it, you know. It's crazy because running for a loved one, that's the first time I did it, very close to my heart, like so soon from when she passed. And I can see now how people running for charities and loved ones, that's an emotional roller coaster, honestly. Yeah, but it's a great day. It's a miserable day, but Irish Life Dublin Marathon again put on another show. And you know what? It's 2 new champions, isn't it? 2 young guy, young girl. Like, come on, we have to be proud of that. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Amazing. It was a bit windier and wetter this year than it was last year, but considering the conditions, I'm happy with my performance. Yeah.
And at what stage of the race did you think that you could finish? Were you kind of well ahead? Did you get it back and forth with anyone?
It was only me and another racer. I think he's a T52, which is a lower classification than me. So it was mainly just a time trial for me, just to try and beat my time from last year. Because of the conditions, I didn't get it this year, but considering that, I'm still happy with what I did. Yeah, I train 6 days a week, sometimes twice a day, and I do a lot of training up in Glasgow with a club called Red Star, and I train with Scottish Athletics, so yeah.
And tell us about the atmosphere today. What were the streets of Dublin like?
Amazing. Throughout the whole course, the crowds are amazing. You got the occasional band playing. It's amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
David, a huge congratulations. You're the 2025 Irish Life Dublin Marathon champion. How does that feel?
It's I can't really put it into words, to be honest. It's like you kind of have these dreams that if a perfect day comes together, you could pull off something like that, but when it actually happens, it's surreal.
Wow, and tell us about the lead up. Obviously, training has, I'm sure, has been going well, and all the rest. You were over in the States. How has the past few years?
Yeah, training's been really good. Training's been really good the last while. I was up in Fontremo for 4 weeks at altitude with Athletics Ireland, and I put in a good graft up there, kind of running 200 k's a week. And you it's when you're running that much, it's hard to really tell what kind of shape you're in because you're so tired all the time. But then, this week, you start to taper and you start to feel really good. You think a big day could be on the cards, but I don't know if I even expected something like that.
Wow, incredible! And tell us about the atmosphere out there. Could you take it all in, or were you quite zoned in the entire time?
Yeah, no, the atmosphere is always unbelievable in Dublin. There's people everywhere giving me up the day shouts. always appreciate that. And yeah, to be honest, the last few miles, the atmosphere's all kept me going. My hamstrings were cramping pretty bad, but yeah, hearing the shouts, that gets you over the line.
And who's here with you? Is that your family?
My two parents are here, yeah. My sister's on the phone, she's over in America at the minute. And like, yeah, I had friends, my girlfriend out in the course, so everyone, that's kind of what makes Dublin so special. You have your friends, your loved ones around. Yeah, it's a very special day.
That's fantastic. Well, relish the moment.
I will.
Enjoy it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Big James! James! Big James! 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 Thank you. Well Well,
finishers have done a fantastic job. Well done, Paul. Well done, nice to see you. And thanks to the contenders.
Walking through that, go on. That's it, don't stop it. Keep walking through, well done. Well done, boys. Well done,
come on, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you all. Well done. Well done, good man. Well done. Well, thanks very much. Dave, come on, Dave. That's really good, Dave. Don't get carried away by the ball. Come on, Dave. Well done, good man. Good man. Nice to see you. That's it, finishers. Well, you've done a fantastic job. Well done. That's it, Simon from Blackrock to David Club. Well done, good to see you. Harry Daisy. Come on, Harry. Well done, good to see you. Move on. Come on, finishers. Eagle with David Club. Rahimi Shamrock. Smoothly with David Club. Well done. Good to see you. Come on, gentlemen, massive welcome. Come on, Eileen. Well done. On for the big. Last two finishers, lost to very close. Team Andy, well done, Team Andy, well done, Paul. The third time, Bruce, well done, the third time, the first time, the first time, Yeah, they're running it full uniform.
Thank you.
Well done, finishers, take the win. Good job. Come on, block off, double finger. Well done. Good job. Good to take the win. Good job. Making it on another week, foundation as well. Happy Alan. Happy Alan, well done, good to see you. Well done, good to see you. Come on, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Well done. The water from 19 miles and people, well done. Good to see you. It can be well done, fantastic job. Well done, good to see you. Come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job. Balance floor, well done, good to see you. Team Ghana, well done, Team Ghana. That's it, finishers, well done. Well done, team, good to see you. Well done, guys, well done, good to see you. Come on, Pistols, come on, Pistols, a big one today. The 4 hour group, well done. Come on, the time gets to go, good as that big, well done, the Ghana team as well. Come on, the Pistols, well done. Come on, the Pistols, well done, good to see you. That's it, Mike, well done. Well done, come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. That's it, well done, and you're all set. Good job. That's it, finishers. You're leaving me on the target, you're all set for home street. You've done a fantastic job. John, well done. Well done. That's all always, please. Good job, well done. Oh, you've done a fantastic job. Come on, Emily. Well done, Emily. That's it. Well done, well done. Thank you, Ron. Well done, well done, good to see you. Well done, thank you, Ron. Well done, Emily. Come on, take them all, let's take them all. There's the 2 squares out the centre there. Well done, good to see you. The purple. Every year, well done. Tommy, well done, good to see you, my friend. Tom, look great, Tom. Well done, enjoy it. Thank you, Tommy. Good luck. Come on, sports bar, sports bar. Well done, that's it, John. That's it, please. Come on, take time to go. Well done, well done. Thank you, Tom. Good to see you. That's it, Lucy. Well done, well done. Well done, Lucy. Nice to see you here. Well done, Matthew Brian. Good job. Well done, good to see you. Our friends from Poland, hey, well done, good to see you. Team Poland, well done, well done. Good job, well done. Come on, let's get ready, Carl. We're after the game. Well done, well done. You're fantastic. Mayor, well done. Come on, Mayor, well done. That's it. Come on, back with the Pedro Council. You've done a fantastic job. Well done, Council. 100 meters. Come on, give everybody a big welcome home. Well done. That's it, Alan. Well done, good job. Come on, people, guys. Good job. Nice to see you. Almost there. Well done. That's it, Christian. Come on, Duncan. That's a big one. Well done. That's it. That's it, everybody. That's it. Well done, James. That's it, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. Look the very top. Hey, James. Well done. Come on, Olivia. Well done. Well done, Carl. Good job. Well done. Nice to see you. Well done, Olivia. Well done. Come on, get another big one more. Go with some more garden. Well done. Good job. Well done. Good to see you. Wexford Saracens come over on the south side. Well done. Good job. Nice to see you. Coffee, well done. Team Coffee. Maxine, well done, Maxine. Good job. Well done, Sharon. Well done. Sam Brown, the bench. Well done. Good to see you, Sam. Good job, well done. Well done, goal. Our friend Lindsay Mike from the hospital. Well done, Thank you for being here. Well done. Come on, Lindsay. Come on, Tom. Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. You're all okay. Well done, James. Well done, Almost there, they've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see it, well done. That's it all the way through. More than to do, that's it. Well done. Very good last of it. Don't worry, well done, you've done a fantastic job. Well done, my friends, for next to go. Well done. Come on, finishers, you're almost there, you're all in it. The rest of the picture on the carpet. Good to see you all.
Absolutely.
Come on, Spoil, our friends are going to the hospital for it. And the point of the river is
You're my like, it's the last shot I need to get. I know you don't know nothing to together. There's just stuff done on the
Finishers are almost there, well done. They've done a fantastic job. Hopefully today. Well done, man.
Yeah, but where did they go to put it? I presume the are going to cost more.
Come on, finishers. Well done. On the top, and well done on your home state. Great team results.
I hope you like it. With the gear on.
Come on, finishers. Come on, that's it. You've done a fantastic job. Well done. Well done, the lane for that. Well done, good to see you after. The point of the lane for that. Gabrielle, well done, good job.
I don't know. I don't have the number.
You've done a fantastic job. Well done. Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. Oh, no, well done. That's a bit. Well done, Mary. Come on, Mary, last 2 yards, well done, enjoy it. Not Nancy, well done. Come on, Christopher, well done, help, well done, good to see you. Come on, Mary. That's a bit, well done. Think of the weekend, it's close, well done. Good to see you. Appreciators, well done, good to see you. Come on, take the ball, let's play well. job the pace. Good job. Nice to see you all. Come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you. Well done. Very good. Well done. Great job. Well done. Okay, Kevin. Well done, Paul. Good job. Patrick. Go ahead. I got Patrick Hanley. You can only do this, Patrick. I got look. What's his name? I got all that. Go forward. Hold on. Come on. Yes, sir. Let's see it. That's it, finish your girl. Hold on. Go ahead and see all. Come on, stay with it. Come on, stay with it. I think one of my back to me, I'm not going to start me. One round. Well, I'm doing it. I'm not going to get this. I'm going as well. That's it there. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Claire. Well done. I'm missing on it. Come on, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Well done. Okay, Karen, you're all set. I'll send you down the team over at the left. Look at Irish, going to move it. Well done, baby, somebody runners, well done. Well done, Robin, that's it. Come on, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Well done, boys. Good job, finishers. Come on, you're almost there. Well done. That's it, Judith. The last of the big. Well done. Enjoy it. Maria. Enjoy. Well done. Nice to see you. Come on, finish. That's it, Paul. Last of the big. Enjoy it. Sit down. Well done. Exactly. Nice to see you. Come on, Paul. Please. Well done.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
The Heart Foundation team, well done. Thank you. Come on, citizens. You've done a fantastic job. Well done. Brilliant job. Well done. Come on, finishers, well done. Okay, the answer is that you're all set. Well done. Delighted to see you. You've done a fantastic job. Well done, Graham. Nice to see you. Last one is well done. Second Foundation, well done. Good to see you. Come on, finishers, you're almost there. You've done a fantastic job. Well done. The senior runners, well done. Good to see you. Well done, good to see you all as well. Come on, Brian. Last is big, Brian. Well done. Good to see you. You've done a fantastic job. Finishers, last little bit. Enjoy it. Come on, Alton Roy, good job, well done. Come on, Alton Roy, come on, Stephen. Stephen, good job, nice to see you. Yes! Come on, that's a dream, well done. Come on, team November. Good job, Maureen, well done. Come on, everyone, that's the Come on, Gemma Cooper. Well done. 26 miles. 365 yards to motion. Come on, Daniel. Well done. Good to see you. Come on, we're almost there. Come on, finish through. Hold on, good to see you. Thanks for finish through. Get everybody around safely. Delighted to see you all. Come on, the fourth time finish through. Good job, hold on.
Oh, you get used to it.
Come on, keep going. Well done. Here. Well done to the Pacers.
Hello, folks. Keep moving through, please. Let's go.
Safely, thank the Pacers. Well done. Right on the money, Pacers. Well done. Thank you very much.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
Well done, finishers. Well done. You're all good to see you all here. Come on, finishers. Well done.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Let's go.
Good to see you all. Well done. Thank you, well done.
Hello, folks.
Well done, Papa. Good to see you. That's it, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you all. Well done. I'll say no more than you. Well done. Come on, finishers. Last of the day. We're on the top. You've done a great job. Nice to see you. Well done all the way
Hello,
through.
folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
That's it, Sean. Welcome to it, my friend. Good job. Well done. Come on, finishers. Enjoy it. Gemma Cooper, at last, Gemma Cooper. Hey, well done.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through,
Well
please.
done.
Well done.
Turn off it, one down, one to go. Gemma Cooper's in safety. Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. Well done. Good to see you. Lovely. Very good, you're all set.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a brilliant job. Team sport forward. Well done. Good to see you.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through. Well done, Amy.
Our friends raising money for the house. And so they have to.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
Well done, guys. Well done. You're all set. Well done, Bob. Well done, Well done. Well set. Our friends in the garden team. Well done, Ray. Thank you. Very good.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done. Well done, Henry.
Come
Well
on,
done.
city service. Well done. ESB Tennis Club. Well done.
Hello, folks. Let's keep
Nice to
moving
see
through.
you.
Hello, sir.
Come on, Charlie. After the bit, you've done a fantastic job. Well done. Come on, everybody. You've done a great job here. Just stay out there. Well done. Come on, give everybody a big round of applause. Just stay out there.
Hello, folks. Let's keep
Great
moving
job.
through.
Well done.
Well done, lads. Well done. Keep moving through. Well done.
Well done, Inner City Winners. Nice to see you all. That's it, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. Well done, you're almost home. Just be careful as you go through, all right? You're at the pepper tournament. Come on, give us a big round of applause, everybody.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through,
You've
please.
done a
Well
squat
done.
down on the way over. Well done. Good job. Have a great Human Research Group. Well done. Nice to see you. After Gary, after the one, our 15 value in the club. DFB as well. Well done.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
Okay, nice to see you. Come on, take that move. Well done, take that move. Well done. Leave, well done. That's just your own side.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
Come on, buddy. She's going on the circle. Almost there. Well done, Lisa. Great job. Good to see you. After Calvin, nice to see you. Come on, my friend. Well done. That's it. Good luck to you. Well done to you, but well done. Good to see you. Very good to meet you. Carmen as well. Well done. Good job.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
John Rory, you come through. Well done, John. Good to see you.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
Come on, well done. That's a fantastic. Well done. Well done. Good to see you. Well done.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done. Yes.
Well
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
Great job, well done.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
Come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job. Well done, well done.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. The number one behind you. Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done. Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
Yeah! Come on, finishers. Make sure, right on the edge of Swagger, it's right next to your own. You're going to do it again. Our friends come on to the next one. Well done. Good job, that's the last split. That's a good one. Let's go on the first. Well done. Hey, Joe, well done, Joe. Good to see you. Well done, you.
Hello, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done. Well done, Emma. Well done, Rita.
finishers coming up, you've done a fantastic job. Well done, good to see you. Come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you all. Well done. Give them all a big welcome. Well done. Good job, finishers. That's an all together. Well done. Come on, master, the big, you've done a great job. You're almost there. Come on, give them all a big welcome home down there. Come on, Henry Chapman. Yeah, good job, Henry.
Well done, ladies.
Green, well done, good job. Nice to see you, well done. Come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job. Well done, Paul. Good job, nice to see you. I think Roy, you're out to the good boys, girl. Good. Well done, finishers, well done, you're all perfect. Good job. Come on, team, nice to see you. Well done, good to see you all. Well done. Good job, nice to see you all. Come on, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you. Last of the day, come on, get them on the big right now. Well, Brian, you're on the carpet, Brian. Last of the day. Two more barriers. Well done, two more barriers. Well done, Molly.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
Well done. Thank you for being here. Well done, Roy. Good to see you. Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. Well done. Good to see you all. Our congratulations on the football and all the teams. Well done, thank you.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done. Well done, Olivia.
My name is Suburban today, this year, and it's just on the marathon. Well done, that's a good time down the park. Suburban, well done, good to see you. Thank you, we're affectionate. Well done, good to see you.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
Come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job. Well done, young ladies. Great job, nice to see you. Well done. Well done to our friends from Wales, as well as the great weekend here. Delighted to see you all. Our friends from Dublin. Well done. Good job. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Enjoy.
Through, please.
Okay, so we're on the cover. The Dublin 15 running club. Well done. Thank you, Ian. Enjoy it. Well done, Alfred.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done,
Come on,
Olivia.
finishers. You've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you. Well done. You all done a good job today.
Well done, Helen. Well done.
Okay, Jennifer. Good job. The Alzheimer's group. I know it's pretty money. You've done a fantastic job. Isabel, you're all set. Colin Pryor. Well done. Good to see you. Our friends at the Restaurant. Patricia. Email. Well done. Good to see you. Come on now. Last of the friends. Well done. Well done. Coming up, well done, well done. Mr. Michael, well done, and Mallow, good to see you.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done.
Well done, Mr. Michael. Well done, Paul, great to announce our research group, well done. Come on, you can hear you guys, well done, good job. Well done. Mr. Davis, come on, Pace, well done, well done, coming back in. That's what it's good, nice to see you.
Well done,
Paul
folks. Let's
Kelly,
keep
well done,
moving
Paul
through,
Kelly.
please.
Good job. Come on, finishers, come on, you're almost there. Come on, give them a big round if you're back down at the Technopanis. Give them a big cheer down at the top of it. Almost there, well done. That's what I'm really almost there. Take it easy.
Through, please. Well done.
Easy, keep positive. Well done, Dylan. You're all set, my friend. Good job. Hey, that's the good. Well done, Paul. Well done. And Tim, our friend from the night. Tim as well, well done. And Lily. Well done, Paul. Party group, well done. Well, brilliant. Good to see you.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
Katie, well done, Katie. Well done, guys.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done, Emma.
That's it. Come on, Party group, well done. Good to see you.
Well done, folks. Let's keep
Come
moving
on,
through.
finishers. You've done a fantastic job again. Well done. Good to
Well done,
see you.
Emma.
That's it from mine. Nice to see you. Come on, team momentum. Well done. Well done. Good job. Well done. That's it, Marie. Well done. Come on, you've done a great job. You're all set. You guys, well done. Good to see you. Come on, finishers. Come on, you've all done a fantastic job. Well done. We're delighted to see you. Great job. That's it, man. Anytime, well done. Good to see you. That's it, Jenny. Well done. Come on, finishers. Well done. We're almost there. Stop bar. Owen Running Club, good to see you. See you in the house, Steve. Well done. Nice to see you as well. Come on, guys, you're welcome again. Well done. Good to see you. Okay, Drew, you're all set. Good job. Come on, Teresa. Well done. That's it, Ava. You've done a fantastic job, Ava. Well done. Come on, Teresa. Come on, you're all set. You're almost there. Well done. That's it, our friends. You're all set. Good. Well done, Pierce, the family. Good job, back in. Well done to the touch-up team. Good man, well done. That's it. Good job, well done. Plenty more at that, well done. Good job. Nice to see you. Well done, Stephen. Good man. Nice to see you. Well done, Ballyman. Steve Ballyman. Well done, good to see you. Come on, you lost the bloody song. Good job, guys. That's it. Go on, Porter Town. Porter Town Panthers. Nice to see you all. One man up. Hey, good job. One more. Eagles, bloody club. Well done, Eagles. Nice to see you. Good job. You're all set. Good job. Good job. Well done. Good to see you. Finishers have done a fantastic job. Well done, Team Focus Ireland. Good to see you all. Well done. That's it, Claudio. Nice to see you, my friend. That's it, Team Focus. Really luck. Fantastic job done. Good to see you here. Come on, Michelle. Come on. After the bit. That's it, finishers. Come on, you're at the top, but you're nearly home. You've done a fantastic job. Well done. Very good to see you. Come on, Claire, for the photos. Well done, my friend. That's it. Well done. That's it, Steve. Good job, King. Well done. Come on, my brothers. You've done a great job. Well done. Our friends, the Heart Foundation team. Well done. Well done, Brandon. Good evening. Well done, the Rugby Club. The Heart Foundation team. Well done. Good to see you. Come on, Paul. That's it, Patrick. Well done, my friend. Well done, Tony. Both the Heart Foundation team. Well done. Good to see you all. And those team. Well done. Good job. Thank you. Finishers, come on, you look fantastic. You're almost there. Well done. Enjoy it. Come on, get one of the big ones home. Come on, backwards. Well done. Good to see you all. Come on, finishers. Well done, the Garden team over at the front. Good man. Well done. Good to see you. The Heart Foundation. Well done. Good to see you. Well done, finishers. You're almost there. Well done. That's it, all the way up there. Well done. Come on, Roller. Well done. Good to see you. That's it, Roller. Good to see you. Well done, Greg. All right. Good to see you. Our friends from Mason Ready Club. Come on, finishers. Come on. You're doing a fantastic job. You're almost there. Okay, David, last little bit, my friend. Well done. Good job. Well done. Good to see you. Come on, Danny, that's it. You've got to get all together. Well done. Good to see you. Our friends here from Manny, well done. Good to see you. And the Keith of the team, well done. Good job. Thank you. And then there's Ireland, well done. Over on the far side. Delighted to see you. Come on, MS Ireland, well done, good to see you. Good job, Glen Moore, Daddy Club. Well done, Glen Moore, well done, from earlier. From earlier, well done, good to see you. Come on, finishers, you're almost there. Good job, that's it. Well done, good to see you. You've done a fantastic job, well done. Good job. Last little bit, we're all set. Well done. Come on, team players from well done, you're all up there, guys. Well done. Good to see you. Well done, the players, my team. Nice to see you. Okay, Sarah. Come on, Amanda. Well done, Alistair. Nice to see you. Well done, thank you. Come on, Felicia. Come on, you've done the finish job. Delighted to see you all there. Well done. Well done. That's it, Amy. Well done. Amy, well done. Everyone else has to say, well done. Let's be sure. Well done, ladies. Well done, Brian. Lady Rock. Hey, well done. Well done, Philip. Well done, Alan. Good to see you. Come on, team Pulse. It's like up. Good job, well done. Come on, lots of body club. You've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you all. Well done. That's your turn. Come on, Paul. Well done. Well done. Good to see you all. Well done. Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic. Come on, get all the big ones for the Warriors finishers. You've done a great job. Well done. Tough for you, sir. Well done, fellas. Well done, Naheed. Well done, Arnold. Well done. Very good to see you all. Well done, Noel. Well done. Good job. Nice to see you guys. Come on, finishers. You've done a fantastic job. Come on, Pinky. Well done. Good job. Well done. Nice to see you all. Good job. Okay. Well done. Good job. Well done. Well done. I'll thank you for the jigsaw. Well done, fellas.
Let's keep moving through, please.
Cheers, Crusaders. Well done. Very good. Hands on the belly top. Good to see you. Well done. Come on, finishers. You've done a fantastic job. Well done.
Let's keep moving through, please.
Crusaders. Come on, Crusaders. Well done. Top game. Good job. Well done, Alan. Well done, the outside the team. Nice to see you all.
Well done, folks. Let's keep
That's it,
moving through,
finishers.
please. Well done.
Well done, Alan. Well done, well done to the east. Nice to see you. Our team for fire crew. Well done. Good to see the firefighter team. Well done, fellas. You've done a great job. Well done, Paul. You're all set.
Ah, good fuck.
Easy enough.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, finishers. Come on, that's it.
Let's keep moving through, please.
Well done, well done, all of this team. Tashi, come on, well done, good to see you. Come on, dear good friends, well done, good to see you. Well done, Brady. Well
Well
done.
done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
Thanks to the outsiders group. Finishers, you've done a fantastic job, delighted to see you, well done. Improving presentation, yep, well done.
Folks, let's keep moving
Ravens,
through, please.
Ravens, well done, well done, well done, good to see you.
I can do 42, Peg. Give me a minute.
Come on, finishers. Well done. We're almost there on blue. Well done. Good to see you. That's up on blue. You're hot for that. Nice to see you. Well done, Marie.
Well done, folks. Keep moving through, please. Well done.
That's it, finishers. Come on, you're almost there. Well done. Enjoy it. The best. Well done. Good to see you. Sean, good man.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please.
Last of the finishers. Well done.
Well done, folks. Let's keep moving through, please. Well done. Yes. Well done, lads. Yeah. Well done, Jared. Well done. Well done, Cora. Well done.
Come on, Susan.
Well done, folks.
Well
Let's
done.
keep moving through, please. Well done.
And our friends, now I'll tell you the time on the clock, 5:23. Okay, my friends, well done. Good night, Stephen. I think
Well
you're
done,
all
folks.
set.
Let's
Well
keep
done.
moving through, please.
Come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job. We're delighted to see you. Well done, Sarah. Some boy over on the far side. Well done, that boy.
There's one of them come in. One of them came in.
Good to see you. Thanks to the member group. Thanks to the running group. Good to see you all together. Well done.
Five, I think.
Marion, well Come on, finishers. Come on, our friends. Let's flag up. Well done, good to see you. Right there, Luke, Adam, and Adam, nice to see you. And Gary Davis, nice to see you. Well done. I think it's done fantastic job. So well done. Come on, finishers. No one wants to. Well done. Enjoy it. You've done a great job. You're 100 pounds to start. Well done. Stand on the stomach for us. Well done, John. Okay, come on, let's take an eye on the well done. Good to see you. Well done, my friend. Happy holidays. Well done, both of you. Come on, my friend. Good to see you. Our friends continue talking. Well done, good to see you.
Well done, keep it going, well done, guys. Very well.
Come on, finishers. We're at the top. We're almost done. That's it, finisher. You've done a brilliant job, Alan. Nice comes out on the under. Well done. Well done, Denise. Your home finish, you were well done. Your first stop. Here, our coach, going back to you. You did a great job. Three carries. Well done. That's it, Veronica. So we want to win it. Well done. Right, nice to see you. Our friend from you all on the side. Well done. Well done.
Yes, Brendan! Well done, keep it going, keep it going through.
Come on, finishers. Come on, my friend. That's fantastic job. Steve and everybody. Well done, you guys. Good to see you. Our friend Brendan comes to you. Well done. Well done, Patrick. Standing in the outcome. Well done. Come on, finishers. You've done a fantastic job. Well done. Yes, sir. Come on, yes, sir. Last time, yes, you've done a brilliant job. Yes, well done. Good to see you. That's it, Luke. Well done. Our friend Steve Owen. Well done, Stephen. Nice to see you. Steve, great job on you. Well done, John. Good job. Rahimi Shaka. Hey, well done. Well done. Come on, fellas. Well done. Good job. Well done, Adam. Well done, Chantal. Nice to see you. And Ashley, well done. Come on, finishers. You've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you. We'll get out well done. That's what I'm giving you. Great job. That's it, Alan. Well done, Alan. Well done, Tim. Well done, Annabelle. Good to see you. Chris, well done. Good lad. Nice to see you. Come on, Barry. That's it, Jack. Well done, Jack. Well done.
Walk it through now, walk it through, well done.
Come on, Porter, Jack. Well done. Come on, Barry. Come on, Come on, Boys, you've done a brilliant job. Delighted to see you on that. Well done. That's it on the way. Kieran, you did a great job. Finishers, after the 15 and a half, 20 and a half. Well done. Thank you, you've done a great job. Delighted to see you on. Well done. Come on, finishers, well done. Come on, our Christian. Great job, well done. Let's go on. Well, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you. All together. Well done. That's it, Karen. Well done. Come on, Thomas. That's it, Ian. Yes, well done, Ian. Friday, you've done a brilliant job. Well done, Brian. Well done, Dean. Well done, Dean. Well done, Rory. Well done. Melissa, you're all set. Well done. Terry Orchard. Terry Orchard. You've done a fantastic job. Well done. Lady Roberts. Hey, Lady Roberts. Well done. Sarah, well done, Sarah. finishers, you're all done a fantastic job. Delighted with you. Enjoy it. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Last finishers. Last two down. We'll have to take away. Okay, there we go. I love Cody. Almost there.
Okay, guys, keep coming through.
Go ahead.
Keep coming through, folks. Keep coming through. Keep coming through, folks. Come on, Someday, just not today.
Great job, Timothy. Come on, you're almost there. Almost. Last one, please. Okay. Great. Yeah. You have that done. That's all right. Come on, Timothy. Good to see you. Come on, Alan. Hello. You want to play? Good to see you. Hello, Steve. Good one. Hello. Come on, fellas. Hello. Come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you. I love it. Last picture, okay. Yes, well done. Good job, and he's engaged. Well done, good to see you. All finishers, last little bit, you're all set. Well done. That's it. James, Suburban, well done. I agree. You can tell, well done, Suburban. Well done, nice to see you. Come on, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you all. Well done. Alex, you've done a great job. Well done. Good done. Nice to see you. Come on, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you. Careful with the whole crew. Robert, you've done a great job. Nice to see you. That's it, finishers. Well done. And then Stevie, Pierre, good job. Glenn Ryan, that's it. One of them, Mark Roy, well done, good to see you. Well done, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. I'm delighted to see you. Brian, good to see you all. Come on, Steve, well done. Well done. Finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you all there. Well done. Well done, Chris Ford, as well. Good job. Come on, finishers, you've done a great job. Well done. Well done, well done. Good to see you guys. Daniel, well done, Mike. Great job. Well done. Good to see you. Come on, finishers, you're almost there. Well done, Steph. Stern, well done, that's the Stern Harriers. Well done, great to see you. Well done, Toby. Nice to see you. Hard combination. 8 on. Right. 8 on, right for the bit. Good to see you. Come on, finishers, you've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you all. Well done, Noel. Well done, Sarah. Good to see you. Well done. Well done, my friend. Well done. Attack the Alzheimer's group. Well done. Nice to see you. Well done, finishers. Well done. Well done, finishers. The ladies for you. You're on the carpet, you're almost there. Well done, Darian. Yep, well done. Come on, thank you. Well done, Kathy. You're all set, Kathy. Well done. Good job. November. Well done. And then Natasha. Up back to Greece. Well done. Good to see you. Good job. Well done. Well done. Come on, finishers. You've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you all. Well done. Got this picture. Last picture in my friend. Well done. Great job. Well done. That's the public. They're in the event. They're in all set. Well done, Alan. That's it, Curtis. Well done. Well done, finishers. You're almost there. You're on the carpet. Well done. Last of it. You've done a fantastic job. Okay, up there. Delighted to see you all. Well done. That's it. You're all set. Good job. Well done, finishers. You're almost there. You've done a great job. Well done. Well done, Ian. Well done, Kieran. Great job, Stanley. Kieran, well done. Come on, finishers. You're on the carpet. You're running around for the bit to go. You've done a fantastic job. You look great. Well done. Dinesh and Frank and Luke. Well done. Good to see you. Well done, Owen. That's a nice set. So well done, Frank, for that line. You've done a great job. Well done. Good to see you.
Congratulations!
Well done, finishers. You're almost there. Remember, last of the day. You've done a great job. Well done, Thomas. Helen, well to see you. Well done, Mary. Well done, come on, finishers, you've done a great job. Well done, Ray. Last of the day. Well done. Dennis. finishers are almost home. Well done. You've done a great job. Yeah. Kieran, well done. Karen, great job. Well done. That's it. Come on, finishers. Hold on. Hold on. Come on, finishers, all honors, almost there. Come on, Barry. Well done, finishers. Hold on, finishers, almost there. Alright, see ya. Right, finishers, well done. You've done a great job. Almost home. Go ahead and keep going. finished just behind your almost there. Great job, well done. That's happened, Stephanie, well done. Well done to you. Well done, Sarah. That's it, Nico. Careful. Well done. That's it, finish it. That's well done. Well done, William. Good to see you. Well done, Harold. That's nothing again, you're all set. Well done, Lee. Go on, Porter, Stella. Well done, good to see you. Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a great job. Delighted to see you all. Come on, give the fire, please. Come on, team, the fire again. Come on, give all a big round of applause. Well done. The fire started, so you know that. I'm delighted to see you all. Well done. That's it. Great job. Well done. Very well. Well, let's hear it for the team, the fire and Tiger. Well done. Well done, well done. Great job, well done.
Go ahead.
Well done, finishers. There, Robert, well done, good to see you, Robert. Great job, well done. Last bit of it. You've done a great job, delighted to see you, well done. Come on, finishers, well done, you're all okay. We're off to, you've done a great job, well done. That's it, Bernard, well done. Well done, Claire. Great job, well done. Well done, Sean. Thanks, Jerry, well done. Well done, thanks to City Association for the rough night and beat. Thanks, Mark, well done. Well done, come on, finishers, come on, you've done a fantastic job, well done. Well done, Paolo. Last bit of it, well done. Done a great job, thank you. Well done, finishers, you're almost home, well done. Done a great job, nice to see you. Well done, Brandon. Well done, Carlo. Come on, finishers. Come on, Spurs. Well done. Good to see you. Spurs, Ryan. Well done, Center. Good job, well done. Hey, Brendan, good job. Well done, my friend. Well done, Jamie. That's it, Paul. We're off to the bit. Black Rock, you got a couple of good to see you. That's good. Well done, my friend. Well done, Ryan. Mark. Good job, Ryan. Well done. Good to see you. Ryan Matthews, good to see you. Well done. Well done, well done, Ryan. Good to see you again. Go on, Ryan. Well done. Oh, very good. Well done, Ryan. Well done, Lindsay. Good to see you. Well done, Sean. That's it, finishers. You've done a fantastic job. Well done. Last bit of it. Well done. Great job.
Oh my God. Well done, ladies. Well done.
Great job. Well done. Well done, Luke. Well done. Well done, finishers. Come on, gentlemen. And almost there. Well done. You've done a great job. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done, finishers. You're on the carpet, almost home. With the field. Come on, get my big welcome home, please. Well done. Thank you. Well done, finishers. You're on the podium. Can you give it? You've done a great job.
No, we can't call it anymore. No, we can't. No, we call it.
Alright, that's a great job. Oh, sorry, you got it. Well done, good. Well done, Andrew. Well done, fellas. Ready, finishers. Go on, that's it. Yep, we'll see you. You've done a great job. You're almost home. That's it, finishers. Come on, you've done a great job. Well done. You're almost home. Well done. Come on, finishers. Almost home. Well done. Good to see you. William, you're all set. Well done. Well done, William. Come on, finish your work. You've done a great job. Well done. Well done. Right, finishers, well done. All the full. Well done. Do a great job. Hold on there. You're all set, my friend. Hold on. Come on, finishers, come on. You've done a fantastic job. Well done. Big laugh, boys. Well done. Well done. Well done, finishers. Well done. All right, carry on. Well done. Well done. Well done. You're all set. Nice to see you. Well done, lady. That's it. You're all done. That's it. Well done. Last of it. Well done. You've done a great job. Well done. Well done. Well done. There's a few more behind you as well. Come on, finishers. You've done a great job. Well done. That's it. Good man. Well done. That's it, finishers. Well done. You've done a fantastic job. Just take it easy. Enjoy the customers. Well done. Well done, Virginia. Good job, my friend. That's it. Well done. Good job. Well done. Thank you, my friend. Well done. All right, man. That's it. Well done. Good man, Ray. Well done. Good job. All right, go, my friend. Well done. That's it, finishers. Well done. Last little bit. Great job, well done. Hold on, Alan. Hold on, my friend. I'm trying to good. Thank you so much. Well done, finishers. Come on, you're doing a great job. You're almost home. Well done. Nice to see you. Well done. Last little bit. Great job. Well done. Hold on. Good job.
What are you skating hour? Oh, that's so funny. How are you here on time? He's after going to 5 o'clock. What time did he finish? He never sees the bus back. There you go, look. Oh, the Nike fella here. He said he only took that spot yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, what did I have a brain for? Most carbon saves the choice. Unless you're running a 5:30. You're not able to do it. Don't work. They're not designed for
Well done, finishers. You're almost home. Go on, you've done a great job. That's it. Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. It's right up to you. Awesome, finishers. Come on, finishers. Well done. You've done a fantastic job. Delighted to see you. Yeah. Well done, finishers. Great job. Nice to see you. Well done, finishers. Right, you've done a fantastic job. Well done. Come on, Johnny. Come on, that's it, Johnny. Big round of applause. Well done. Good to see you. Well done. Well done, brothers. Ready, finishers? You're almost home. Well done. On the carpet, that's it. Awesome, guys. Well done, finishers. Come on, you did a great job. That's it, finishers. we're waiting for you. Come on, ladies, come on, you're doing great, that's it. And on to the brilliant, well done. Well done. Come on, finishers. Hold on. Oh, you've done a great job. Line up to you. Well done, finishers. Line up to you. Well done. Good job. Well done. Come on, finishers. Well done. Well done. You've done a fantastic job. Line up to you. Well done. Well done. Good job. Very good. Come on, finishers. That's it. Great job. Well done. Line up to you.
Well done!
Come on, finishers. Come on, you've done a fantastic job. Line up to you. Well done. That's it. Well done.
Well done!
Come on, finishers. We're almost home. Well done. Great job. Well done. Come on, finishers. Come on. Well done. Good job. Well done. finishers, well done. Almost home, you're on time, well done. Last one, well done. Good job, well done. Yeah, well done. Come on, finishers, well done. Good job, guys.